check. That sounds weird. Check 1, 2. Check, check. Why is that not? All right. Check 1, 2. Mic check. That still sounds weird too. Check, 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 check. Okay, that's what it is. We're at a pretty big inflection point right now. I don't know what is going on with my microphone. Check, 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 check. Hello. Let's see what we can do here. Good morning out there. Quick second here. How y'all doing? Happy Tuesday. Mondays are usually an office day for me. And yesterday morning I had a doctor's appointment at 11 a.m. Yeah, it was at 11, I think. So I got ready to go to my doctor's appointment yesterday. Showed up at my doctor's office, and things didn't go well. Well, not. Well, they didn't go well almost immediately. I think I was there for. I was in his office for.
According to the Finance Ministry, Canada to provide a temporary
15 minutes, maybe.
Counter tariffs for goods imported from the US that are used in manufacturing, processing, and food and beverage packaging. Again, according to the Finance Ministry, Canadian dollar saw a bit of strength off the back of that.
I think I made it like 15 minutes in there, and he says to me, he goes, did you drive yourself here today? I go, yeah, of course. And he's like, he goes,
you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news?
He goes, I need you to call your wife and have her
sign up today and get our
pick you up if she can and bring you immediately to the emergency room.
Service for the price of 1 month.
And I'm like, what? Or we can call you an ambulance. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he gave me some. There was my blood pressure was. I'll just tell you the truth. So I didn't want to say anything, but my blood pressure was.
Canada announces performance-based remission framework for automakers.
Stupid.
Designed to incentivize continued production and investment in Canada.
It was off the charts, and I guess he was afraid that I could do damage to my internal organs. That's how high it was.
1 minute now until we get the markets on open imbalance.
I kind of let it slip the other. I don't know when I let that slip. Maybe it was in the Discord yesterday, but I had made an offhanded comment that I was waiting for a diagnosis on cancer. That's true. I've been going to a doctor now for 2 or 3 years, trying to pinpoint what's wrong with me. I've got something wrong with me. I don't know what it is. I got like good blood work. They investigated. They're investigating everything under the sun. So, my point to the doctor, well, this isn't that guy. This is my doctor. I'm like, I'm just stressed out. I'm here right now, and I got a wife and children, all that kind of stuff. And, I was thinking that it was just me, my anxiety, my stress, and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, keep squeezing. We're in an inflection point today. So, anyways, I went to the emergency room yesterday from my doctor's office.
Balance S&P 500, buy side 76 million.
And
sell side just 3 million. Dow 30, buy side 26 million. Mag 7, sell side 7 million.
I spent the whole day at the hospital. And then I'm about to cry right now because I kind of freaked out yesterday when it was going on. How quickly it happened, how quickly I went to the hospital. Then the bizarreness of having insurance and not having insurance. They put me into like they have insurance emergency room, like a private room and stuff like that. But then they ran a bunch of tests on me, and then tried to get my blood pressure down all day long yesterday. Let's move over here really quick. Hold on. So
Citigroup shares up 2% after their Q1 profit beat.
So I get into having to call my wife. I don't want to call her.
Shares up 4.3% after their Q1 profit beat.
Just a second here, guys. Spy squeezing a little bit here. We're in like so anyways, that's what happened to me yesterday. It sucked. No other way to say it. It sucked. But what I'm realizing is that if I don't if I've been through like this if you don't take care of it yourself, Joe Donut said it to me last night. He was like, if you don't take your own agency with these fucking doctors, god damn, nothing gets done. It's not the first time it's ever happened to me. Squeezing higher now this morning, trading 540.71. We should start squeezing, by the way. I'll explain more about this in a minute. We're in this like do or die situation. Yesterday, we should not have swept the lows. I'm sorry. Like I was open to sweeping the lows yesterday, but we should not have swept the lows yesterday. We should have attacked as high as we possibly could because we're heading into OPEX and expiration. We're heading into end of month. And we only have so much time before the market will start rolling to the downside. We'll talk more about that. We're going to talk about that intensively this morning. We have to talk about this. It's important.
Boeing shares fall 2% after reports that China has ordered halts.
We are holding 5,400. That's positive, but time is not on a bull side in this case. So yesterday, found myself in the hospital, and there was years ago. I used to do a lot of like outdoorsy stuff, like pretty aggressively, and I could have gotten a piece of coral in my foot. I could have gotten dirt in my foot, but at some point, I had had a cut on my foot that had enclosed over something like a particle. And years later, I grew a growth on my toe, and it became infected. And it was, I went to a hospital once, to an emergency room, and I was like, look, I got this line going up my foot right now to my heart. I'm going to die. And it's because I've got something in my foot, and they wouldn't listen to me. They kept thinking that I had diabetes, and at that time in my life, I had been, I was older, but I had spent all my time very active. I probably weighed 40 or 60 pounds less than I do today as an older man. And I was a perfect specimen of health, believe it or not. And they wouldn't listen to me in this emergency room, and I'm like ripping my clothes off in the emergency room, screaming at them, can you not see this fucking thing going up to my heart right now? I'm going to be dead by tomorrow. So they kept hitting me with different types of antibiotics as quickly as they possibly could, and they refused to cut my foot open. And the third antibiotic finally started to take effect. They let me out of the emergency room, and I'm scared shitless because they refused to cut me open. So I found a buddy of mine. I had a friend who was a doctor in this town I lived in. Who's a good friend of mine, and I'm begging him, please cut my foot open for me. And he eventually did. That next day, I showed up to his office, and his office is a normal office, and it had ceilings that didn't go to the ceiling. It was like a big A-frame type building, so it had little offices in it. And there's kids in there and adults and that kind of stuff. And I begged this guy to cut my foot open, and he did. And I screamed as loud as I possibly could. It hurt bad. Even after taking local anesthetic, it didn't matter. And this guy cut me open and found a sack inside of my toe. I know it sounds gross, but there was material in there from I could have I do a lot of surfing and stuff. So like when you surf, there's usually shoals underneath your feet. And if you're not wearing booties and you put your foot down and touch a shoal, you can cut your foot up pretty bad. That's what I'm assuming where it happened. And he scraped my foot and dug out this growth, and they cut it open, and it was full of dirt and shit, grossness. And that saved my life. But I'll never forget that because I've been told no at every corner, and until I'd taken my agency, did I get done what I needed to get done. And I kind of felt like that yesterday. I was angry when I went to my doctors. Wasn't angry at him. I was mostly angry that it's taken this long, and I'm scared, for my life. I'm not old, but I'm getting older, and I've had friends and people that I've known die young. Perfectly healthy people doing what they're supposed to be doing in life, and they wake up with butt cancer or dick cancer or whatever, and their lives are cut short. I had a woman that I knew. She died at 35 years old. She was a vegan, ultra marathon runner, long distance bike rider, dead, just gone. And so I showed up to this appointment yesterday wanting some results, and I was angry. I was not just angry. I was fearful of my own mortality. We should start blasting here, guys. The brief from Sunday and last Friday is all the same. Nothing's changed here. Zero has changed. And we got to talk about that this morning. So let me get that out of the way for you. I'm assuming that there's some telephone going on out there. It's why I'm describing this to you right now. I'm assuming some people know what happened to me yesterday. And, I can't tell you what happened, but that's actually what happened yesterday. So I found myself in the hospital and all day long. And they're trying to bring my blood pressure back down to a manageable level. And I don't normally have blood pressure. I have no history of blood pressure. My blood pressure is usually beautiful, gorgeous. But I was on it yesterday. I was on point with anxiety and anger with doctors and wanting an answer for what the fuck is going on. What's going on? I need some answers here. And my blood work all comes back great. I come back a very healthy person. But this all started with a doctor. Anyways, I'll talk about this shit later. Anyways, you guys get a firm understanding of where I'm at. No, I'm not dying. It just happened to be, doctor's can't leave, and you're going to the hospital right now. So it's just my whole day just imploded. It's trading higher now, trading 541.33. We got to talk about a few things here. There's some, we got to do some talking. So, we're at this, if you don't know it, we are at a major inflection point in the market. We got to talk about it. Squeezing higher now, trading 541.88. We're at a pretty big inflection point in the market. R1 is the target, 544.38 up here. If you guys should already have, you see that line up there? That's where we should be going. We should be moving. We should be trading 560 today. I'm not kidding. We should moon today. And we don't really have a choice. On a macro view, we have some stuff to talk about. about a week ago, when we went up when we ramped. Remember, I was like, "Yeah, dude, we're gonna trade like 540 today." Let me explain to you why I knew that was. Well, there's a few things here. I haven't been able to address this. So I'm sure most of you are aware that there's a narrative that, and you guys know I'm a Democrat, right? There's a narrative that Trump or Wall Street or whomever created the situation where we ramped 10 or 12%. We traded 50 or 540, didn't we? That it's insider trading and all that kind of stuff. That's false. And I think I've said that to you already. That is 100% false. It's not what happened. And I actually posted about this on Twitter at like 3:45 in the morning of the day we went up that much. And I've been discussing it because the day prior to that squeeze, we needed to do a few things. Those things didn't happen. They trapped us in the morning, or excuse me, in the afternoon, and then at the close, I think, the day before. And in the overnight, we didn't validate a trip to the depths of hell. And I mean depths of hell, like new lows, that kind of stuff, like new market lows. So in the morning, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was checking the overnight price action. You guys know, like Jedi Marcus, myself. There are some really smart people out there that are looking for key numbers to be hit, sometimes to a penny. Like, you'll watch me sometimes in the show go, I'm watching for that penny right there for a reason. And that reason is usually to tell us where we're heading, not today, but tomorrow, the next day, and beyond, giving me some insight. Even in a time with learned language models, AI, that kind of stuff, computer programming is still finite. Even if you don't know the outcomes, these computer programs, when they trade, are still looking for almost an exact penny strike to go to the other extreme. Some people will say that that's random or it's influenced by a bunch of different stuff, but I don't believe it is. I think I'm an old school day trader, so I think it's all a scam, whole fucking market. So I'm always watching for these exact strikes. So that early morning where we went up 10, 12%, we're at very low liquidity. We're in a very low liquidity environment where there's just not a lot of money and in the market. And I was like, this morning we should reject 500 and begin to head lower. And under normal market conditions with liquidity and supply and demand, that's what should have happened. But there is no liquidity. So we would have to trade to the next major supply, which was at 540. That's where it was. So I'm like, we're not going to stop there. There's not enough sellers there. We need more sellers. We need enough sellers to get lower. The market would just stall.
So U.S.
Literally stall.
U.S. Treasury Deputy Secretary Falkender says, I predict tariff negotiations will work out.
And those days are somewhat behind us. We're not in 1987 or prior anymore. You've seen us go. Did you see that one day where we went to circuit breakers? We didn't quite touch circuit breakers, did we? Like we're on circuit breakers, but we're within the 2-minute. We're not going to ring the bell zone for SPY or SPOOs or whatever. I think it was SPOOs that day where we hit them. But these are computer programs that know that they're going to take us there and see if they can trigger it and create selling, but they couldn't. There was no more selling left to be had. So you can see it clear as day. I can see it clear as day. So that morning around to FinTwit, and I was like, yeah, we're more likely to trade 540 today than depths of hell. And that's what we did. And as a matter of fact, on Monday, we had the trade correct. And then on Wednesday morning, we had the trade correct as well. We had both upside monster moves plotted for you. So why is this? Because of these major inflection points in the marketplace, and they're trying to find the way up or down in a big way. So we have to chat about that. And when we were in that big monster 12% squeeze day, the market was pointing towards some major new lows. Well, after that 10%, 12% day, the market is now pointing towards 6,000, 600. That's where it's pointing towards right now. Now, that's predicated upon a few things. That upside 6,000 can go away too, easily. And what the market's trying to do right now is validate two things. These are the important things for you to remember here of this whole conversation. There's two things that the market is looking for. The market is looking to trade where the old men are. We always talk about the old gym bros. The market thinks it's going to reject the old gym bros, but also whatever the back test is off of those. Let's say the old gym bros come down and they sell. The market also wants to know if the back test is good or not, if the buyers are there or not.
Of Mexico tomato imports.
If the buyers are there, we're going to moon. We're going to go to 6,000. Now, this is predicated upon these two major inflection points, and this decides a trade into the summer months.
As U.S. accusation,
middle of July.
Tomato dumping is not true.
If we get this sell point, we could sell down from, so we're in like middle of April. We can easily fade all the rest of April and possibly even May and beyond. Fade the market pretty hard and heavy.
Markets then. The S&P 500 extending gains up around 0.7%.
So I'm going to try to simplify this for you if I can. I'll give you like a top line idea here of what you're looking for and why we're looking for this and what can happen if we reject now. We don't want to reject right now. That's the key point. That's why we're squeezing right now. This is like do or die. I'm telling you, we're gonna fucking moon here. We should moon because we want to see. Let me see if I can explain this to you more simply here. Try to keep things simple for you. Let me delete all these drawings down here, and let me see if I can bring this over here. Old school traders, there's a quality. There was a time last year, I think, where I was watching that guy's name Schwager. I don't have his books over here somewhere, but his name's Jack Schwager. Jack Schwager. And I was watching an interview with him, and he was looking. You guys want a line? Here you go. Right there. Here's 10 a.m. I'll draw that better. Hold on a second here. Guy's name is Jack Schwager. This guy fucking knows everybody. This guy knows every fucking badass trader that's ever been alive in modern history. This guy's been around since like the 60s and 70s. He used to interview some of the top traders ever in modern history. That means like the last 100 years. The guy's still alive today, still kicking around. He's cool as hell. And this guy was looking at a candlestick chart, and he took one look at the candlestick chart, just one look on a daily chart. I don't know if this was in 22 or 23. I don't know. Maybe it was 23 or 24. There was like an inflection moment in the market where everybody thought the market was going to crash and the bull run was over early. He took one look at the chart and he goes, "Nope." He goes, "That," and it was like a big soap opera part of the market. And I shared this video with you guys. I shared this with you guys, this Jack Schwager video. And I think I might have even clipped it and posted it on Twitter at one point. And he took one look at the candlestick chart and he goes, "Nope, that's a bear trap." He goes, and that was a failure of sellers at a inflection point that should have sent the market to the depths of hell. And instead it turned up. And that was probably the largest bear trap that I've seen in a long time. And I was fascinated that just by looking at candlesticks on a year chart, he could tell that bears and sellers did not get what they needed to get done to end this bull market. I want to say this was in, I don't know, 24 or 23 or something like that. And I was fascinated that he was that quick.
Index jumps 2.4% following Bank of America and Citigroup's strong results this morning.
Yeah, that's why. That's why it's strong results. My ass. So, anyways, there's a lesson behind that, right? There's a lesson behind why those inflection points matter in the marketplace. Yeah, keep going. Keep on pushing, baby. Hit me with 545. Give me a 544.31. Just keep on going. I'm serious. So we're going to talk about that right now if we have time. We're going to take a peek at we're going to see if we can switch this to a daily candle chart, and we're going to talk about this and why these things matter. Excuse me.
According to Mexico's agriculture minister, says Mexico will try to dialogue about tomatoes.
So this is the S&P 500. And I want to show you this chart if I can really quick. And we're right in here. Now, this is not showing you futures, fake futures or whatever, but this morning here, this candlestick right here, that was a daily candle. And in the overnight, we blasted down. And they actually trapped us in this candle right down here. And they made an attempt to get down here to trap us in and sell us low. And that did not happen. And that became a massive, in this low liquidity environment, became a massive bear trap. And at like 3:45 in the morning, it was confirmed. We went at 3:45 in the morning of this morning into that morning. We raced higher, and we hit 500, like right in there somewhere. And it was like, and I went on Twitter and I said, under any normal circumstance, we should reject this and go lower. But there's no liquidity until we're up here. And there's no sellers. Sellers are all up here. So we wound up blasting up all day long. And we try to assign those things with the wrong people. And you can kind of see the way the track of where we were headed was up. And this was the bear trap right in here. Why is the question? Why? Why is that the question? And if we were back here and the market was telling us that we were going to go lower and roll down, and the market just told us, nope, that's not going to happen, bro. We need to confirm it if we're going to make the next leg lower. right? We need to confirm it if we're going to make the next leg lower. It's not going to be that easy for you. Okay, if that's the case, then what does that mean? That means that we have to trade up to where the old men are. We have to travel higher to where the old men are and confirm the next leg lower. Fairly simple. You can see it right here.
Stocks extend gains with the S&P 500 up spot 7%, Nasdaq up spot 8%.
We didn't come all the way up here,
0.5%.
right, to be told no below where the old men are. So the thesis here is I want to see us go up here, close the gap, or at least attempt to, and reject. Make sense? Now, remember that 500 that I told you about down here that we should have rejected, right? And we didn't. We should come right back down here, believe it or not. And we're going to find out. We're going to now confirm the downside. So we know the sellers are still there. But we're going to confirm this one here because we just told you, no, the way is not lower. We need to find out. You sure it's not lower? Sellers are right here, right? Supply is right here. Demand should be higher at 500. If that's the case, we should, believe it or not, come back up again and actually begin to trade that summer trade to the upside to where? 6,000. You got to remember about, like, is the way higher or is the way lower? Is the way higher or is the way lower? And we've been told the entire way, nope, it's lower. Nope, it's lower. Nope, it's lower. Nope, it's lower. Right? Which way is it? Is it down or is it up? We need to know, is it down or is it up? And we were finally stopped. We were stopped. You can see the candle right there. No. The way is higher, bro. First time. Done. So, am I looking for the market to break out here? Nope. I could care less about the market breaking up here. Care more about, are we able to at least get up here and challenge these sellers? And so when I say to you things like, well, yesterday we should have not pulled back. We should have just started attacking. Attack until we're sent to the depths of hell. That's what I want to see. And time is running out. We're heading into OPEX, expiration, short week. We've got noise everywhere. Noise from Trump, noise from the White House, noise from Stephen Miller, noise from earnings season, you name it. And you know how bears are. They want it all now, right? They want to see what? They want to see, you're all positioned for on single stocks for earnings season. They want to see a big bloodbath there in the middle of. We're not even in tech season yet. That's all they want to see is the world burn. And in truth, I just want to see us get up here, park it for earnings season for the majors. And even if the majors are used as a source of selling
of global automakers,
I'm fine with that. I just need to see one of two things. I either need to see tech earnings blast us up and out of the old men that we can back test, sweep the low, and head out of here. Or I want to see tech earnings burn and find out if we hold 500 or not to tell us we've got a summer trade ahead of us. So there's like a couple different things that could take place here, right? It's either going to be this motion here to go higher, or we're going to be looking for much, much, much lower, right? So if we get a positioning, if we get into this zone here, right? We're not long or short in here, are we? When we get to this plane here, we're in no position. We're not long. We're not short. We leave this to the bullshitters that tell you we're going to all-time highs or to go into the depths of hell. The only thing we're looking for here is price action, right? Take the trade up here. We get out. We allow the market to tell us if we're going higher. We allow the market to tell us we're going lower. We position ourselves short here with a target of 500. Yahoo made a bunch of money. Start back testing, making new highs. We position ourselves long to the upside. Either one of those things is where we get long or we get short. What my thought is that we're going to get up here, break up higher, and then we are going to trade lower and just test this one last time. This 500 right here, right? Do our earnings sideways and down. Everybody takes their money from earnings, and we begin to trade our next quarterly earnings up and to the right into middle of summer with a target of 600. Now, that can change. Let's say we take this trade down. We're like, hey, we're short now, right? Yahoo, we're short, right? We come down into the 500. I close. I'm not short through 500. I'm done. You leave that to the FOMOers, right? Same FOMOers here are the same FOMOers here. I don't give a fuck if we're going to go down to the depths of hell or not. Why? Why don't I care? Because if we break through here and catch the new low, I'm still going to be given an opportunity to get short. That's where the money is, right there. This is all fake garbage, garbage trading in here. Garbage trading in here. All this is nonsense. You don't mess with any of that shit. You don't mess with any of this. And you need to see the proof that you're going to go to the depths of hell or the proof that you're going to go to the moon. But in the middle here is where you live. You live in the middle. No, not the middle, but you live in the actual, like the other part, I should say. Like, so if you get we come down to support, right? We break through. We break through support. We get a new low below support. Only when you get the new low are you Johnny on the spot to take the plunge. Make sense? Like you're not in this part of the move. You're not in this part of the move. You're just ready to rock over here. Same thing applies. So you come up to resistance, right? We're going up. I'm long. I'm out. I don't care if it rejects. I don't care if it pops up. I don't care. If it pops up, makes a new high, I'm long again, right? I take that part of the move. I take this part of the move, and I'm making bank. I ain't messing with any of this in here. And that goes on both up and down on a daily chart. So, where do we stand right here? Why in the fuck? Let me ask you a stupid question. When you're paranoid, let me ask you a stupid question. Why would we have a green candle like this if the way is not higher? It's for liquidity cap. No. We're going to go up here and find out what's going on up here. We're going to probe. We're going to find out where the sellers are. Sellers are not here. Sellers are not there. The sellers are here. So we're gonna go up there. We're gonna find out what they're doing. That's what we're gonna do. And where is here? Currently, today, it sits at 555. 555 on a daily basis. And what do I want to see happen here? If the way is higher, what do I want to see happen? I want to see price, even if it fails. Let's say we fail 555. Let's say we sell it originally, but get up here. Get up there. If we can trade, we're going to look for 560 and 562.50. We want to see us break above the plane, right? Trade 562.50. Why? Not because I think we're going to continue higher, because it's telling me the way is higher. Buyers are stronger than sellers. And even when we come back down, it's going to imply that we hold 550. And we are going to head higher. So it's like, what happens here tells you what happens here, tells you what happens here, right? Gives you some insight like Schwager. saying, oh, no, I can just see right there, man, that's telling you the way is this way. With just candlesticks, you can tell or imply what the expectation would be until proven otherwise. And the market doesn't go up or the market doesn't go straight down, does it? The market doesn't go straight up, does it? It's looking for places of supply and demand, right?
Zelensky says talks with the US on minerals deals were positive. More meetings to come.
So we got a date with Destiny up here. Now, yesterday we were a little slow, weren't we? We came off the open yesterday. Instead of just starting to hammer to the upside, they made a sweep lower and closed the gap from Friday. And so we don't have a lot of time left, do we? So the market should pick up and move. It should move. And if it doesn't move, if we don't trend, what does that mean? So we putt around yesterday, right? If we continue to putt around, that's telling me that no, the old men are here. And we're not only going to go down to recheck the lows, but we're going to go down to the depths of hell, aren't we? So the expectation and the impediment, or the, I want to say impetus without making that word up, is on the bulls. The bulls are in charge right now. And they need to be told, fuck you, no, we're out of here. Or, hey, here, we're going to squeeze up. We're still going down, but you have a shot at it on the downside to go up and to the right and out of here. So that's where we are on a simplified basis. Go up and attempt to close the gap, find out how strong the sellers really are, where we know they are from the beginning. Fairly easy, fairly simple. And what are we doing this morning? We know where the sellers are on an intraday basis, don't we? They come out to play at 10 a.m., 10:30, right? We're going to find out, aren't we, on an intraday basis? Are they here? Are they here on an intraday basis? Are they going to stifle the market for the rest of the week? Yesterday they did, right? They came out at 10 and 10:30. We're going to find out on Tuesday. We only got a couple more days left, right? We got tech earnings starting on Friday with Netflix setting it all up, right? And we got tech earnings all next week. So the idea here is I want to fuck around and find out. You should too. You want to know if you're a bear or a bull or sell side or buy side. You want to know, don't you? I want to know. These are pretty big moves, aren't they? You already know if we don't get above 555 today, right? Or maybe we reject it and make another attempt for the quote unquote double top, right? You know, you get the top at 5. Let's say today would be a target 555, believe it or not. Yeah, that high. And you want to see, do we auto reject? Do we break above? Do we auto reject and hold the hourly trigger and make a second attempt? Do we then break out and trade 62.50? Am I long up there? Like, we're only trading right now 541. How many of you are going to get bullish at 555? All of you. Who was bullish on Friday? Me. Who was bullish over the weekend? Me. On the lows, not on the highs. I want to see what happens up here. I want to know. Don't you want to know? I'm assuming you do.
As PM Carney speaks on auto tariffs, says automakers that keep Canada production get 100% exemption.
I have people ask me every day, was that the bottom? Can I buy that bottom? Are we going down lower than 500? Are we going to trade 430? There's a big bar down at 4,300, isn't there? We had a GS trader earlier in the week do a scam trade. Well, here's your hedge. Well, it's not a scam trade. It was just a bullshit out. A professional, I would expect to say something better than what he said. He's like, I'm positioned for 4,300 in mid-June, late June. But if it doesn't happen, my trade is open to the upside trade. That's horse shit. You expect that out of some fucking furu Not from a GS guy. GS guy, I want to hear that guy come out and say, we're going down to 4,300. I'm positioned for it. I'm full bear, as Pravorsky likes to say. I like that, Pravorsky, for taking a stand. But no, we get like the second and third tier GS trader telling you, I got the bear trade on, but if we go higher, I don't lose any money. Fuck you.
They want to maintain their
You don't
activity
get a
in
fucking
Canada.
headline for everybody to read saying that bullshit. You don't. I want to know if you're a bear or a bull here. What are you? Tell me. Not, oh, we might break above and trade 6,000. You know what I mean? So, not from those guys. Those guys are pros, right? Major leagues, bro. Ain't retail. I love fucking with pros. Sorry.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
So we're going to go find out. That was a bear trap down there. I'm telling you, it was. It was a bear trap down there. We got to confirm it, though. We're going to go up here, and they're going to send us down. I know they are, but we want to see where we get to. Do we trade 562.50? Because if we do, you can send us down to the depths of hell, and I'm going to be down there at 500 attempting to buy it if we get a new high. And we're going to go higher and trade 6,000. If we fail 562 and they just come running out at 55 and go, nope, fuck you, they're going down, and we go blast down, I'll get short with you, and I'll get off short though at 500, and let the market tell me we're going to 4,300. We can trade that all day long. I don't mind trading 43. I don't even blink. If you want to trade, if the market wants to trade 4,300 and they show us the way to 4,300, I'll get on that trade. But right now the trade is higher. We want to find out what the fuck is going on up here. We want to put the anal probe up the butt without any kind of a lube job and be like, what's going on? Do you have cancer or not? Just rolled that into me being sick. Some agency. Sorry. Anyways. We're going up. Like it's only going up because Jim James is here today. It's not true either. So we want to see what's going on up here. We got 544.50. We got 544.35 on deck here to go to the upside. I want to know what's going on, don't you? I would, right? Schwager can look at a candlestick chart and tell you, nope, that was a bear trap. That was a bull trap. We're going to reverse and go this way for a little while. We're going to go that way for a little while. And I'm telling you, the way is higher. Find out, fuck around, find out, and see what the fuck they got to say for themselves. Is the big bad bear out there still or not? Are they as strong as they say they are? Regardless of all the news, all the data, all the crap, all the shit that you hear out there, I want to know. I'm assuming that you want to know, don't you? Your buy side, sell side, you want to know. You want to know if the way is to 4,300 or is the way to 6,000. And we're going to find out. We're going to fuck around. We're going to find out here which way that way is. And if they start fading us, we'll take that trade, right? We start losing support. We start rolling, fading sideways. Start heading into the end of April. They start resetting the VIX, and they want to party to the downside. Like, hey, look, you got rejected up there, buddy. Sorry, we're going to 4,300. We'll take that trade. We'll get short. It'll be great. Can't wait. But we're not there at this moment. Oh, hold on 1 second here. Who's this guy right here? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Chain Toker said. Chain Toker. The way is lower and you're full of farts, bro. See what happens. It's Chain Toker. Let me address you really quick. Let me address you for a second here. Do I think you're wealthy? Probably not. If I thought you made money in the stock market, you wouldn't be here watching my show either, would you? So that means you watch my show because you suck at trading. Do you understand? And so you come here and you shit on me in my chat, right? It's a free show. You're so fucking cheap that you don't have your own thing, do you? You don't have nothing, do you? So you come on to YouTube, right? And you watch my show, right? That you want me to ban? I'm going to ban you right now. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go make a second email. I'm going to make you work for me today. I'm going to show you something. What you're going to do. I don't work for you, but you're going to work for me today. I'm going to make you make yourself another Gmail. When you're doing it, I want you to think to yourself, this guy just made me do work.
According to,
I'm going to make you work today for me for free.
they say they're holding
Hold on a second.
with trade companies and industry associations.
See that? It was that simple. You're watching my show still. You're watching my show because you don't know how to fucking trade, and then you come in here and you shit talk on my show, and I make you get another Gmail address so that you can comment again because you're my bitch. Remember that. Chain toker smoker boy, bro. Fuck you. You're a nobody. Get fucked. Eat a bag of dicks. Eat my dick. How about that? Go make yourself a Gmail address. Come on to my show again in my chat, right? And I'll ban you again. You'll have a basket full of Gmail addresses that are drops. So I make you work for me day in and day out like a dog, like your mother does. Just like your mom, bro. Yeah, fuck that guy. make another Gmail address.
EU expects U.S. tariffs to remain as talks.
He's at home right now, tacking away. He's like, I can't talk. Nobody can read my shit, man.
Remain as talks make little progress.
Beat it. Beat it all day long.
So looking to the markets, a little bit of weakness in the S&P 500 here. Euro seeing some whipsawing as again the EU expects U.S. tariffs to remain as talks make little progress.
How you guys all doing?
Then the European Union and U.S.
Blood pressure's good. I'm in a good mood, believe it or not.
This week, as officials from Trump's administration indicated that the bulk of the U.S. tariffs imposed on the bloc.
I got no blood pressure today. I was just messing with that guy. I'm not mad at him or anything. I just wanted to shit on him.
Little clarity on the U.S.'s stance, struggling to determine the American.
He's talking out of his ass because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He doesn't know what price action is.
US Commerce Secretary Lutnick
and he's mad. He's probably upside down in his trade.
Monday.
Way is higher. I'll just keep saying it to him. Make him real angry. We're trading 4,300, bro. Today, yesterday, bro, I was positioned short on Friday for the great market crash on Friday, bro. Yeah, that's not happening. That didn't happen, did it? You guys didn't crash nothing, did you? You tried, but you just don't know what you're doing. Or that guy doesn't know what he's doing. 10:13, seller anger and rage. 10 o'clock, 10:30, sellers come out every day to the downside. Every day. It's been like clockwork around here, hasn't it? Since day one. We know all about the 10:30 sell. We're going to find out if the sellers work out today or not. They get a shot every day at 10:30. They come out to play every single day, 10:30 in the morning. Sell side if we're up in the morning. We're going to find out if they're real or they're fake. Angry bears, man. Angry, angry, angry bears. Hold on a second here. I got to answer something. inside the Discord here. they're already angry. It's probably like a guy in here who's like, rar, rar. They might, Bugs. They might give you a chance there. We gotta watch them from now until 10:30, bro. We gotta see if they're successful today or not. They're gonna be angry.
Says Ukraine, UK, France.
The whole way. It's gonna be like pulling teeth.
Holding a meeting on the Black Sea security in Turkey on Tuesday.
It's like pulling teeth with these bears, man. Like never-ending sell side rage. Like they just want to see the whole world burn. They want to see like death and destruction. They know this too. This is why we're getting this price action. They know that the way would be to 6,000. They already know it. They don't want any chance of that happening. They want that 4,300 to print so bad. So bad.
WTI falls as tariff talks between the US and EU stall.
Hold on a second here.
So again, the S&P 500.
Oh, come on, Bears.
Gains on the EU tariff comments.
Come on, Bears. Oh, short for 10:30, bro. Push that over. Push that over. That over. That over. 5-minute trigger holding right now. We want to wait and see here if we can take a trade. We can take it both trades, the upside trade or the downside trade. Either or. We just want to wait here and see what happens. Yeah. Hang tighter, guys. Anger. Pure anger. Still parked on 540 right now. 5,400 still holding on SPX. This is the magic right here. I'll show you the green line right here. Change it from yellow to green. Still parked on it. They've taken mega shots at it. I'll bring that up for you and show you this. Pure rage. Trying to take a position here. Hold on. Our boy's out there making a new Gmail account. He's like, tech, 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 tech. VIX 9-day just broke below 30. You want to see VIX 9-day trade 21. Yeah, 52 is the 5200 is the 5400 is the break point to get short.
European bonds pair their drop after the report on EU tariffs. One quick second here. We trading right now 539.
trying their best over there. There. But one more, put this over here in case we retrace this gap right here. What am I missing here? I'm missing something. Woo! What was that? You need to get lower, bro. You needed to get lower. $10.30 sell did not work. It's a nice little wick right there. You see that beautiful wick? They gave it the old college try though. They whipped it down there. They fought for it. They tried. I guess that didn't work out, did it?
Apple imported iPhones worth nearly $2 billion from India to the US ahead of Trump tariffs, according to customs data. So Foxconn sent the highest ever iPhones in a month, worth $1.3 billion from India, again to the US ahead of Trump tariffs.
Hey, look at my calls. Yay. Oh, yay. Wee. Oh. Oh, yay. Wee. Wee. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're right there. Mm-mm. Da-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. We're taking trades here in the Discord. We're trading. We're trading right now. I usually get left behind in these trades. Well, these bears have no idea what's coming their way. They can try. They can rage. They can get angry. They can do whatever the fuck they want to do. What happened to your 1030 sell, man? You know how this goes, right? Well, I only take the trade from 1030 to here, and then I'm out, bro. And then when it blasts down, they're like, no, bro, I stayed in the whole way down, bro. Like, nope. We know about your 1030 trade. Okay. Let's get back to it really quick. Sorry, I was trying to position myself for a trade with the Discord here. Dude, seriously, stop. Stop getting so angry. What are you doing over here? That's the second time. Stop with the anger. We know it's up. Stop with the bombs. They're trying it again. How much anger there is right now. Buy, 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 buy. Buy it all back into OPEX. Buy it all back into Vixpiration. Buy, 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 buy.
Trump criticizes China for reneging on Boeing deal and says China was brutal to U.S. farmers. So in his Truth Social post here, so his full Truth Social post says our farmers are great, but because of their greatness, they are always put on the front line with adversaries such as China. Whenever there's a trade negotiation, or in this case, a trade war, the same thing happened in his first term. Just saying China was brutal to our farmers.
It's like an angry X or something. They slammed it down here at 10:30. They tried it again right here. Just keeps getting absorbed.
So he also says, I rewarded our farmers with a payment of $28 billion all through the China deal. And
It's almost like someone's out there knowing that they're angry.
Administration only buying a portion of what they agreed to buy. And just saying, interestingly, they just reneged on the big Boeing deal, saying that they will not take possession of fully committed to aircraft. The USA will protect our farmers.
What is this stuff about farmers? We're doing bailouts already? Did we already get to the bailout phase? We're going to bail out Tesla and a bunch of tech companies too? Start bailing people out?
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Yeah, I'm trying to read that article right now. Hold on here. It says, read it here. Our farmers are great, but because of their greatness, they are always put on the front line with their adversaries, such as China. I gotta watch. I'm gonna trade right now. I gotta watch both of these while I read this shit. The same thing happened in my first term. China was brutal to our farmers. These patriots, to just hold on in a great trade deal was made. I rewarded our farmers with a payment of $28 billion. A bailout. You mean raising spend, right? That's what you're talking about? $28 billion? That's what you're talking about, right? Raising the debt, right? Spending money? Conservative? Spending money? Do you know what's good for bull markets? You guys know what's good for bull markets? Raising the deficit rate. Fat deficit is good for bull markets. $28 billion bailout all through the China deal. It was a great transaction for the USA until crooked Joe Biden came in and didn't enforce it. That's not true. He enforced it and he altered the deal. They did do some altering. I'll agree with that. Although they behaved during the Trump administration, only buying a portion of what they agreed to buy. They had zero respect for the crooked Biden administration, and who can blame them for that? Interestingly, they just reneged on the big Boeing deals, saying they will not take possession of fully committed to aircraft. The U.S. will protect our farmers. So the only thing I can take away from that tweet just now is raise the deficit. We're supposed to be dropping the deficit, right? I thought that was the plan, but stop spending. But I guess that's not the case. So we're printing money for farmers, which I'm not against in the trade war necessarily, but it does mean market up, not down. What else do I have here? Let me post this for you in the Discord. You can read this. This will tell you all you need to know. Goldman's Pravorsky thinks the short holiday week plus Vixbury will likely continue to support the equity market. Yeah, I know. We're going to sell the VIX. We're going to reset the fucking VIX. No shit. We should squeeze balls off. Balls at the last possible moment. Consumer specialist Feeler points out that the underperformance of travel and retail, which seems to show that investors are not just worried about tariffs, but also about persistent growth slowdown. Feeler's qualitative impressions. I have covered consumer for 18 years. The feedback I have received from my conversations the last 3 trading days is probably the most bearish I can remember. There is tremendous conviction from the consumer investors that the E is too high almost across the board. That's P&E, right? Profit or the investors that the E is too high almost across the board, and uncertainty, confusion on how the P of the market can hold it in so well with estimates dropping so quickly. JPM's trading desk, meanwhile, plans to remain long momentum, quality, and recession while shorting beta, value, and residual volatility. We have Vixpiration and OPEX coming up. Guess when Vixpiration is? I think it's tomorrow. And then we got, no, Thursday. I believe it's Thursday. And then Friday we have OPEX. Today is the 15th. We have OPEX on the 17th. And so between now and Vixpiration, you'd probably want to see the market up as they reset the VIX. And then we get out into a new contract. If the VIX is nice and cheap, we can then go down. We have some upside targets of 55, 62. We don't have a lot of time left for that to happen. And so while everyone wants to see the market burn, can you hear that burn? Oh, you can't hear it, can you? I mean, I'll say it louder. I'll read it to you louder. We have Vixpiration coming up on the 17th. Lamborghini You should be selling the VIX into Vixpiration, Lamborghini. We have a date with the upside if that's the case, Lamborghini. That would mean we're going to try to trade the upside old man zone of 555 at a minimum, if not 562.50 if we're going to go higher later. Goldman's Pravorsky saying, again, I'll repeat it, thinks the short holiday week plus Vixpiry will likely continue to support the equity market to go higher. And then once the VIX resets, we would expect the market to roll. So either we sit here and trade sideways as they murder the VIX, or we go higher, not lower, not lower. And if we can either trade sideways or up to those inflection points, we then can go lower, and the VIX can get to crank again. If that makes any sense. JPM's trading desk, meanwhile, plans to remain long momentum, quality, and recession while shorting beta value and residual volatility.
According to state news agency, Trump discusses with Oman Sultan the means to support U.S.-Iran nuclear discussions in a phone call.
Miguel Agat pointed out that while CTA vol control positioning is extremely low, upside might just not be available at this point as the damage done is too severe. So I am not opposed to what Miguel Agat is saying. And we'll talk more about that. That's that whole point of we should at least hold and trade 55, 62, find out what the answer is. So when we were discussing earlier this morning, I want to see what's up there. You want to probe it, right? And find out, are those old dirty men up there? Are they angry? Do they still want to send us down to the depths of hell? Do we trade 62? Do we trade just 55? Do we trade sideways into Vixpiration? Is the damage, quote unquote, done? We'll discuss more about is the damage done here later. I'll get into that with you later because that is a big question. I actually had a conversation with a friend yesterday morning before I went to the doctor about that exact thing. So Miguel Agat pointed out that while CTA vol control position is extremely low, upside might not be available at this point as the damage done is too severe. Quote, with equity realized vol at such extremes in index, for example, 100th percentile, 3 million SPXR vol, 99.6% tile, 1 million R vol, there simply won't be enough risk budget or leverage immediately available at this early juncture, considering the shocks in recent look-back periods to deploy back into longs. So I can simplify this for you. And this is something we have to talk about. That is pretty important here. And that is there too much damage done? Yesterday, I was discussing with a friend. We had a conversation. Put that 11:30 up there. Yesterday, I had a conversation with a friend, and we were discussing the seasonality of the markets and how the market came down and blasted down through the weekly trigger, right? And right where that inflection point was, the market traded higher into 73.
Auctioned.
I want to say it traded 573. Not looking right now. I'm just off the top of my head. And then we got a quarterly
$25 billion in 5-year tips on April 17th, settled on April 30th.
We got a quarterly DivX that I think sent us to 75.5, 75.60, something like that. And we auto sold. We literally get your DivX and get out. So the big question here from Miguel Agat, and if I were to crayon eat this or a crayon draw it out for you, the simplified answer to this thing that Miguel Agat is saying to you is, well, if we sold 73, 75 with the DivX that aggressively, right, the next question becomes if we get to 62, if we even get there, that trapped buyers that were waiting for a return to the scene of the crime, let's say at 6,000 or 615, wherever the fuck the high was, they would be more inclined to sell lower. So do you understand the concept of this? You've got traders that were watching us go to 73, and they're like, I'm going to stay in. Well, let's say they've got 5 people. Let's say there's like a room. We'll make it simple. There's 10 people in a room, and these are bulls, and they are aware of seasonal weakness, right? So we start trading down, and we come into this seasonal low, the expected seasonal low. Well, we're down here cranking down, have a nice little correction. We're buying a dip with an expectation that we're going to go higher, right? Seasonal weakness will end. We'll swing up and trade up into middle of the summer. We'll get a second shot to trade up into the middle of the end of the year, but end of the year, right? So think about this thesis here. We get a seasonal weakness we are aware of every year. Every year. Bull market, bear market, doesn't matter. Trading down into it, right? We know about institutions buying in certain periods of the year. This is one of them. Traditionally, we're in a bull market. Remember, this is February, January, and we start trading down, right? And so everyone's getting long, right? I'm going to buy the seasonal weakness, the low. I'm a hedge fund, family office, institution, retail trader, I don't know, whoever you are. And we remember we traded higher, right? We went up into 73 into quarterly OPEX, right? We get the DivX, you get an extra $1.60, I think the payout was. You're now at $5.75, basically. Not a bad place. It was giving you an opportunity to do what? To either sell or stay long with the thesis that we're going to return to, let's call it 6,000 even. Then you'd make some pretty good money. And even if we were to drop down even further, the thesis or basis was that we're not entering a recession or a crash or a depression or anything that's going to stop us from going back to at least those highs at some point this year. Does that make sense? So you're like, I don't care if I do it in the summer. I don't care if we do it in the winter. I'm buying low, right? I'm going to beat the market. I'm going to get a good return on my money this year at some point. So then we trade up to that 573.5 or whatever it was, and we fucking sold, right? And then we get a bunch of worse news, don't we? We get the Trump tariff 5.0, right? We get Trump now they're like 100% tariffs on you, 100% tariffs on you, 100% tariffs on you. I'm going to try to destroy the economy along with it, spreading fear, doom, and the like. And then you get the question of now depression, not a correction. We started with correction. A correction is due to, recession. Maybe we're going to a depression. Maybe they're serious about changing our economy faster than expected. Maybe we never see 6,000 ever again. Well, maybe we don't see it for 10 years. Maybe we reprice the markets. We reprice PE ratios, the P and the E that we just talked about, right? And so you see all the selling at 73, and maybe your friends told you, no, bro, don't worry. We're going to go up there and hit that 6,000 or all-time highs at least once this year. And in fact, that trader that didn't sell says, well, maybe they sold out on me and didn't tell me. Right? So the next chance I get, I'm out. I don't want to be the last person. Fool me once, but don't fool me twice, right? Fool me 3 times, and I am what? I'm the clown, aren't I? So you trick me once, fool me twice, 3 times, it's my fault, right? So that second time that you go back to the scene of the crime, you're likely going to get sellers lower. Not at 73, but at 62. And your friends are all going to tell you, hey, bro, don't worry about it. We're going back to whatever dollar amount. And they're going to exit on you regardless at 62. So McGilligot pointing out that we could have done too much damage, that when we get up to that 62, you should be risk off, right? No matter what happens. If we trade 55, 62, doesn't really matter. As we get closer to that number, you're going to expect people trying to exit the market, regardless of outcome, regardless if we go down and trade 4,300, regardless if we hold 500 and then trade 6,000. Doesn't really matter. That you should be expecting those sellers up there, shouldn't you? And is the damage too far gone is the point from McGilligot. We should know that between when and when. When should we know that? We should know that at some point between after OPEX and end of month and the first week of May. Posted that on Twitter, I think, a day or two ago. I posted something about the monthly flows and where prices will matter. When we come into the first week of May. Do we get new flows into the market? Do we not get new flows into the market? And if we don't, that's not good, is it? We don't want to see those no flows popping in. We want to see those. We want to see that anticipation of buying the stock market for what? For summer trade, right? We have 2 times of the year where we're normally our strongest. We have 2 seasons of strength. And I want you to think about this from the perspective of time. If you have a full year, bull market or bear does not matter. If you have just time, a full year, and you have seasonal weak periods of the year, like these are like bull market, bear market, doesn't matter. You're going to expect a pullback. If we're in a bull market, you're going to expect a pullback. How many times in bull markets do you come into seasonal weakness and bulls will tell you things like what? Think about this from a bull perspective. No, Cap, we're not going down. It's not going to happen, bro. We're in a bull market, man, and we still roll. In bull markets, what else happens? Sometimes we go into seasonal weakness and we trade out of the average. We'll go higher for a little bit longer, but we still get the roll, don't we? We might squeeze up into April. Last day of April, squeeze balls off. But then we still roll violently to the downside. So I want you to think about seasonality, not in terms of an exact date, but just the idea that you have seasonal strength and seasonal weakness that is inherent in the stock market. Why do we have those seasonal weaknesses and seasonal strengths? Why? Because we have institutional flows. We have a stock market that has to trade. It can't grind to a halt. You have charters from institutions that are like, we're going to deploy, I don't know, 10 shares or 100 shares. We've got buybacks. We've got earnings season. We've got all these different mechanical reasons why we buy and sell the stock market, regardless if we're in a bull or bear market. Otherwise, market comes to what? A grinding halt. So the market continues to do that. And you'll see if any of you have ever had money in a managed fund, you'll see your financial advisor will say to you, bro, yeah, we put a bunch of your money in the stock market, but we shorted it. So we made you money in the back end of your investment, right? It's like, hey, your returns are fine, man. You're still at 20% on the year. So they have to deploy capital. Does that make sense? So you have seasonal weakness, seasonal strength. So I want you to think of this in terms of a year, a full year. And I want you to think in terms of a bear that tells you something like, it's only going down. It's only ever going down. And I want you to really think about that inside your head, because it's kind of simple, isn't it? It's only going down. If you're coming into seasonal weakness in a bull market, or let's say in this case, a bear market, I would expect that to be true. If we're coming into traditional weakness and we're in a bear market, or uncertainty, volatility, and you're like, dude, that shit's only going down, I would say to you, you have a higher percentage chance of that being true than untrue. But then I want you to also put together, of those seasonally weak periods in uncertainty or volatility or a bear market, it's not going to go to zero. You're not going to look at a year and see the market go, violently straight down the entire time. We get our largest squeezes in bear markets, don't we? Where we violently move to the upside. And that is usually at what? Seasonally strong times, even in a bear market. So if we're going to get a squeeze this year, if you were thinking to yourself and you're a bear out there and you're like, hey, I'm bearish. Hey, we've done so much damage, we're going to zero. You would also think to yourself, think, brain, if there was a time of the year where it's dangerous and we could squeeze, when would it be? Think. Think. If there's a time of the year where if we were going to squeeze, there's probably two of them, right? Where's the first one? Do we know? It's right now into about mid-July. Right now. April 15th is the start of it. April 30th for indexes. And it ends around, I should say it ends about beginning of July, first week or two. We start flattening out around the middle of July. We get what's called what? Summer doldrums. You know, we start trading sideways and all the bulls start telling you we're going to moon. And the bears know better. They're like, yeah, dude, we're going to rip this shit to the downside. We're going to bloody the fuck out of these bulls, even in a bear market, a bull market, right? We're going to blood them up. We're going to send them to the depths of hell during the ass end of July. We're going to ramp them down through, August usually to the 31st, right? Somewhere in there. We're going to take their heads out from drowning them. We're going to come back in for what? September, October, November. And we have another seasonally strong period of the year too, don't we? That's the end of the year. At some point towards the end of the year, we have volatility. It's volatile, but it's still strength, right? We tend to what? Window dress end of year. Yeah. So if there were two times of the year where you're like, you know what? We may have been drowning them too much this year, and there's a chance for the market to moon. It's probably those two times of the year. In a bull or bear market, doesn't matter. If there was a time of the year where it wouldn't be caught dead short, when would that be? This is one of them. I would expect seasonality to come into some kind of an effect. And there's a possibility of major squeezing going on. Where are the inflection points? We know where they are. We know there's one up at 55 and 62. We know that 500 would serve as, if we're in seasonally strength, a place to buy the dip possibly, even in a bear market, right? Or we could just continue squeezing, like Miguel got saying. Miguel got saying to you, I don't know if we can break out and up or not, or if the damage is done. We get trapped in, right? We squeeze up, hit 62, come down to 500. We're trapped in for summer, right? We trade 500 to 62 between now and midsummer, and then we resume to the downside, right? Start trading sideways middle of summer, and then we start making the legs down to 4,300. Now, if you speak to a bear,
with financial
they don't tell you that.
Now only $99 a year.
They're like, it's only going down, bro. It's like straight down here. We stop sideways for a week, down again, sideways for a week, for a full year. I'm like, it doesn't happen like that. I haven't seen that. Rarely. If it was a little bit of a shorter time period, time, I'd say, yeah, it's possible. But if you're looking over the course of a year or longer, There are going to be periods where buyers come into the market and it's supportive, and we're entering that period right now. Right now, supportive markets, even in a bear market, an uncertain market, a volatile market. We come into the time of the year where the buyers start coming out from hibernation. So you want to be looking to be a buyer at certain levels, right? You're buying to trade 62 or 55, and then you're looking at a low at 500 or a back test of 62, and you're looking to take this bad boy up and to the right from either of those two inflection points. So that was JPM. That was McGilligot. Both hinting towards that seasonality in the market. We're going to run over them. We're going to run over them. We're going to run over them. It's going to be fun. We got to take out all those sellers. We got to take them out one at a time. Smash them to pieces. Yeah, not the time of the year to be calling crashes from now into like, I would say at least the first week of July. And it starts today. Seasonally, it begins today. Smooth trading 541.51. Trying to get up here and trade this 543. God damn. Whew.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US sells $48 billion in 52-week bills. The prior high yield was 3.945%, and the prior bid to cover was 3.13.
There's a juicy chart right there, Doug. That is a juicy, juicy, juicy chart right there. You guys see that chart? That chart is banging. You know what's not surprising about that is look at the 18th too. That's your like danger zone, like OPEX to like the Friday, like the danger zone is like OPEX. I think to like would be the 9th. Let me see if I can see that really quick. That's not showing. This reminds me of the day last week. Was it Wednesday or something like that? We're just all sitting here and then we're just crank all day long, waiting for some news to break. Mm. B of A CEO Moynihan saying per CNBC, economy is still growing. Consumers are still spending despite sentiment data. Yeah, I think that'll take 2 months. At least 2 months. Wolf Richter said the consumer is still in pretty good shape right now, though, this week. The bank is well positioned for differences in policy and possible income impacts on spending. Tariffs and trade have not impacted results in the near term. Economists are lowering growth expectations and increasing odds of recession. The company is reserved at a 6% unemployment rate, which is higher than most people think it will get. Not seeing a notable increase in companies tapping spending could slow if the unemployment rate increases. Treasury bond weakness was due to liquidation of trades and not anyone selling. Things are calmer now. I wondered if it was the Fed stepping in at the window. That's what I thought was happening. I wonder if that comes out later. On here.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $48 billion in 52-week bills. The prior high yield was 3.945%, and the prior bid to cover was 3.13.
It's a nice high up there, 543. Opens the door to 550. Door is already kicked open. We'll watch this closer here. Woo! What's that on? Jesus. I'm not seeing anything else there. We've got a Barkin speech at 11:35.
Budget amid plummeting markets. So Iraq, who's OPEC's second largest producer, plans to cut its oil price assumptions in its federal budget after the market plunge.
Just note here, we've got Barkin speaking in the next half an hour or next 5 minutes.
Auction. Trump and Oman Sultan discuss talks with Iran on the phone, according to ONA.
Trading 541.46 right now, squeezing again.
So US 52-week bill auction, high yield 3.82%, 3.82%, with a bids cover of 2.94, 2.94. The US sold $50 billion and awarded 56.62% of bids at high.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
I know. Watching this gray box right here. Check this really quick. We're going to find out right now. It's a big inflection point here. Oh, yeah. Look at that fucking VIX. Jesus, look at that term structure. What is that? Look at that fucking, look at that thing up there. Gap is giant. Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, so here we'll look at a few things together if you want. Chop, so here's VIX 9-day. I was looking to see if we were in, I was checking the term structure on VIX. I drew this in, with a dotted line. I wanted to see if the VIX could go higher while the market goes higher. Or if the market will drop as the VIX goes up. There's some stuff up here, some gaps that need to be closed. But there's some other things at play here. So
According to Verge, OpenAI is building an X-like social network.
VIX is not required.
Protect
How
your
do I
trade.
explain this?
Macro headline.
Like if the half an hour is coming down like this,
Only $99 a year for time service.
the VIX could just start dropping. It doesn't actually need to squeeze up here and close all this stuff. You can see it, the half an hour and hourly trigger coming down for an explosive move up in indices. Now, saying all that, this could mean whipsaw, like where we blast down, market blast down. There's a couple different interpretations. SPX, this is what we're trying to do here. I should lower that a little bit. You could look at this from, this is the Monday low right here. So here's Monday low. As long as you stay above this, even if we whipsaw down, we should be closing this, and I should draw this better. I guess this is what I expect here. Worst case scenario. Worst case scenario down here. Excuse me. And something like that into Friday.
According to The Verge, OpenAI social network will be focused on GPT's image generation.
Now, one danger here is it being Vixpiration, which could see the whipsaw. If you get the whipsaw, it could be like wham, straight back up, and then like that, trying to wipe out, stop people out here. So you can see it on VIX 9-day here. And here's my real concern is this gap right here. This gap could be a trap for bulls before the whipsaw, the upside. try to get that VIX down. I don't think we get the VIX lower than 20, but 20 seems like a reasonable target, like roughly $20. If 30 is where we should be, I think VIX 9 days should be at 30. But if you're going to reset it, right, for next month, I would expect at least 20, just for the range. That looks about right. Yeah, like figure, but if 30 is where it should be, you want to get underneath it to get it, be able to bring VIX up again. I'm not anti-VIX going up again. I think we blast down to 500, and I think we can get there and get the VIX up higher. I think that's definitely on the table, but you know, you murder the VIX into VIXpiration. We test the 62 or 55, and then we get sent packing down to 500, and that's how you get this VIX to crank into the first week of May. That's my view, at least. So you figure the VIX should be up here cranking, and we should be coming into the first week of May, right? Here's the 16th. So it'd be like, you know, somewhere in here, you know, start cranking it up, cranking it up. You'll have a bunch of fear. And, you know, are we going to break 500 and make a new low kind of stuff? You only have so much time to do this, though. You only have like between now and Thursday, let's call it, Friday maybe. Here's Tuesday, Wednesday. Smooth that out a little bit. Let's go to a 30-minute basis and take a look at it. And there's the gap right there. So let's call this. Here's Thursday. We'll just do Friday. I mean, Thursday, excuse me, the close. 1600. Just say from here to there. You kind of see that there too, right? Kind of see the hourly triggers heading that way too. So you just need the VIX to reset itself, I would think. Somewhere in here. Coming in next week, VIX up. We only have today's Tuesday. We got 2 days left. So, close all this garbage down here and then head into back to a 1 minute here. And no matter where price is, uh-oh. What's going on here with Spoos? Yeah, the only thing I can't see is the only thing I can't predict here is if we make a violent move down then up, which near expiration happens oftentimes, but where they need to reprice it, I think it's going to be the other way. Unlike if we're in a bull, if we were in a bull move for the month, I would expect the down move, like a violence to the downside. So I'm expecting it on the other side right now, and they're going to rope all of you in, all you fucking bears. And I'm going to be sitting here, and when I get paid, you're going to be buying calls and closing your puts. It's going to be the opposite of whatever you think. Let me check my calls. I haven't looked. Hold on. My calls are good. My calls are good right now. I'm diamond. You guys know I don't diamond hand. I'm diamond handing for a reason here. I don't want to get left behind. I don't want to like wake up in like an hour and we're like up 100 points. I guess the only thing here would be if we swoop lower. This is SPX. If we swoop lower, if we did like the nasty, like the VIX fuckery, we would have to break this plane for me to be not long. I'm sure I already know how this goes. I think, well, even if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter. I'm long for this here. And any like chance that I get, I'm getting long. We would need to break this plane for me to like, yeah, we'll do the VIX fuckery to the downside, but we'll see. We already know how this happens. We have 2 prime examples of it. I'm scared. Take my money and run. Sell you calls. I'm scared. Take my money and run. Sell you calls. I'm scared. Take my money and run. Sell you calls. You know, any chance in here to get long. Getting long. I'm sure you want it to be more bullish. But this is SPX. So as long as we're here, getting long. Any of these bullshit like bombs being thrown in the market, just trying to get long. Give me an opportunity. Get long. Up and away. Side of the trade is to get long, not short here. I'll get short if we start breaking trend. Just patience, baby. That's it. Patience. Any of these goofy ass shit they pull here, these like bombs like this, get long. If we start breaking trend, we'll go short with them. But otherwise, up. Close the gap to the upside, make it nice and clean. Now, there is the one fly in the ointment is this VIX. Yeah, Dan, it's very similar. 2022 is like this too. 2022, you got some of you guys remember this, some of you guys don't, but some of you guys were here when I was streaming then. In 2022, do you guys remember what's his name? James Rowland. Him and I are close friends, right? We love each other, good friends. James Rowland. J-Roll, also known as J-Roll. Remember every seasonal shift, everyone was saying crash. Like in the spring, like March, April, people were like, market's going to go to 0. And then we would just fucking squeeze for like a month and a half. It was just like up green, up green, up green, up green, up green. And then we did the same bullshit again in the fall too. And we're going to have that this year too. I think like mid-September, you're going to get, if we stay in this like bear, if we stay in the bear trade, you're going to see the same situation as right now in mid-September. We should melt the fuck up into the end of the year, no matter where we are in price. There's like 2 times a year where like, you got to, like, how do I simplify this any simpler? If you're a bear, if you're like, you know, super doom and gloom, think about your logic. You're saying that every month of the 12 months is a down month. That is not true. You're likely going to get at least 2-3 times a year where the market's going to move up. At least 2. I'm giving you like the worst case scenario. You're going to get 2 months of squeezing, and it's not fun. And when it happens, you get blown out. So the closer we get to right now, into like beginning of July at least, the risk is not on the bull side, it's on the bear side. That's where the risk is. You want to be focused on buy side. And this validates the bear case. If there's a bear case, this is not the time to be calling fucking for crashes. We see every bear market this shit happens. Like I want that last leg down. You know, I didn't get short at all, and I want that last, like, I feel it. But it's so irrational to even think that. It's like completely irrational. And it's irrational on a 1 minute chart too. Like the way is higher. So when you get off a 1 minute chart, you look at an hourly or a daily, anything like higher, you're like, I don't know. You know, it seems implausible to me, especially with such a kick-ass move down, man. We moved big to the downside. Mid-February till right now, basically still, right? Kind of still at kind of a bottom. Like, the market needs a breather to some extent. Even if we're to continue selling. Like, I'm making the bear case for them right now. If we're in a bear market, if we're in a depression trade, if we're going to zero, if we're going to 4,300, it doesn't matter. The market needs a breather. It has to. There's just no more selling, no more buying. You got to get to a place where you can find the real sellers. And I explained this to you earlier, but you're still not listening to me. I gave you the example of people trapped at 73, 75. They're likely up at 62, ready to fucking drop hammers, like in a big, big way. You have to go find those sellers. Supply and demand. Supply and demand. So you can't, like, people just want to like rain hell, and you can't. It's not how it happens. Nobody's selling unless you get there. You understand? You're going to get small pockets of sellers, but not the big sellers. So you need to go up there and find them. And you need to weed them out. And if you're in the bull case, you need to wear them out. Right? So if you're like bear case, where are the sellers? They're fucking higher. Like in mass, they're higher. If you're in the bull case, you need to wear out those sellers, don't you? So where are we going? Higher. There's nothing in this market making anyone else sell here. Nobody's selling. We're already in the lows. We literally just traded. What the fuck was the low we just traded? The low is 48.34. 48.34. You've already capitulated so many people. You got to find out where they are, and they're higher. Or time. I'd give you time too. I'd either say higher or time. If you can if we can pin the market here sideways, and sellers don't believe we're gonna go higher, yeah, I'd give that to you. But you know, it's like absurdity sometimes. Like VIX was just VIX 9-day was just trading 49. Like, what are you gonna do? Keep VIX what is VIX 9-day gonna trade 300? I mean, it's bizarre to be saying that's going to happen today when most of the stuff we've priced in, like we've priced in a ton of shit already. We need to now consume data to see if things are sticky and bad, and none of this jives. I'm like trying to find a way for the reason for us to go to 4,300 today or over the weekend, last weekend. I'm like, what? I'm like, everyone's saying crash over the weekend, Black Monday, and I'm like, why? Like, to what end and for what reason? Are they claiming that's the bottom of the market? That might work, but I don't see an end to this. Do you? I don't see Trump an end to Trump's nonsense. Do you? I don't. So is your thesis we're going to zero? That sounds crazy too. Like, I got to have some
Financial
probability.
That JP Morgan CEO Diamond urges the US to engage with China.
Like some reality. And I'm not going to blow myself up over crackpot theories. You can't. You work a fucking job when you do that. It's pure insanity. Like you need stuff to jive. If we're up at 62 or even 55 and you're like, Cap, fuck you, we're going to 0, I'd be like, fuck yeah, this guy makes sense. This guy has a plan. This guy has a plan. But not here. Not heading into expiration in OPEX. And not heading into seasonal strength. It's like all the wrong answers. Like your plan is fucking fucked up. So I need better planning or rationale or, it's because of this, bro. CNN's telling me this and that. Can't, like, that stuff doesn't fly. That's how you're a losing trader. You know what I mean? I don't know if you do, but you're going to find out. I assure you. Or I shouldn't say I assure you. There's a high probability you're going to find out. And if you don't find out, and it's the other way and I'm wrong, I'll get short with you there. I got no problem getting short there. No problemo. But we're not there yet. You guys understand that? We talk about that in the Discord frequently, don't we? We discuss, like, what is your plan and what is your rationale? What are your fundamentals? What are your technicals? Anything. We don't care what it is. Like news, ERs, headline risk. Like, what is the rationale behind your trading? You know what I mean? Like, so you gotta have a rationale behind your thesis. Like, we're going to sell for this reason, and it better make sense. And if you're wrong, you better have a plan, right? I don't hear a better plan than what I've laid out for you here. At least not right now. Sorry, I missed what you were saying.
According to the EIA projections in an annual energy outlook report, US crude oil output expected to grow 13.31 million barrels per day in 2030.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Still no new low. This is pretty important here. Watching these buyers step in is good to see. It's all constructive. Coming in at 12:30 now. If we were in risk off, let me ask you a question. If we had more sellers than buyers, would we be going down, knifing or not? Let me put it to you a different way. If I want to sell at $10 and there's no buyers, I have to drop my price to $9, right? No buyers. Drop my price to $8 and $7 and $6, right? If there's still demand and price is not going down, that means what? People are willing to pay a higher price. They want to buy it all. They don't care what the price is. Why?
JP Morgan CEO Diamond says, I'm seeing very little stress at a consumer level.
Yeah, hey, I want to read some to you guys here. I haven't read a bunch of stuff to you guys here recently. I wanted to check back in with Wolf Richter recently and his take on the state of the consumer. So I had some fears earlier when Trump won. Last year the zeitgeist was diarrhea. We fought about this in the stream. Chats would blow up with two things. The chat would blow up with incidental experiences. No offense either. I don't mean any offense by this, but like, hey, I can barely afford my rent, or I can't afford food, or I can't afford this, or I can't afford that. Anecdotal, or my brother, my sister, my boyfriend, my whatever, is having a tough go of it. And so I spent last year talking to you about how that's just not true for the vast majority of Americans. And I got a lot of flack for that. I got a lot of hate and anger, but I showed you the data saying that was false. One of the points that I made to you was that you were more well off than you were pre-COVID, and that really pissed some people off. And that the consumer was actually robust and doing quite well, no matter what you had to say, because the data disagreed. Now, then the argument comes out, well, the data lies, Fed lies, this one lies, that one lies. But that's not the case. The case was that the consumer last year was in great, outstanding shape. And even the number of poor people were low. Like everything, and the worst part is that last year when we discussed this, I ascribed it to astroturfing. I don't know if it's politically. I don't know if it's because we had a big political season last year. The thesis would be, if I make the voter feel like this is true, they'll vote a certain way. My solution will work best. I got to create a problem and solve it. Does that make sense? So the zeitgeist got really negative last year, and the Michigan consumer sentiment you could see was politically driven. You can look in the data and see that it's political, and it wasn't correct, and it was very highly charged. Now, I think that a lot of this has to do with not just politics. It's like companies, politics, nation states, we live in an era of too much information that can be easily bought cheaply. I think the guy, what's his name? There's a guy on YouTube, Ryan Macbeth, had a YouTube video showing how you could start a riot in any city in the United States with about 30 grand. That's cheap. You could start a riot. You could shut a highway down. You could stop a highway in LA if you wanted to for about $30,000, and you could just make up shit as to why people would be there to shut it down. And it just shows the ability to influence how you and I feel about the world and the ease of it. It was about TikTok. You can look it up. Google or go to Ryan Macbeth on YouTube. He had laid out a whole presentation. Actually shows you how to do it yourself, which was insano. So the zeitgeist last year was the consumer is not robust. The zeitgeist was everybody's hurting. They can't buy this. They can't afford a home. Meanwhile, like millennials and like highest home ownership ever, you know that those people that are doing well aren't going to complain as well. You don't hear about them. There are claims that Twitter has 80% of Twitter today as bots. Shit you not. 80% of Twitter. Some estimates say 80% of Twitter is bots. We know for a fact that Reddit runs Discord AstroTurf groups.
EIA projections in their annual energy outlook report, U.S. crude oil output expected to reach a peak of 14 million barrels per day in 2027.
And no one checks the data. Nobody. This includes reporters from your favorite news organizations. They'll write articles, all of them, that are just based on zeitgeist. I kid you not. There'll be like someone pushing a data point that's false on public, on a Medium or Substack or Twitter or Reddit. And then it gets picked up on by news organizations and they validate it too. But what they don't do, these reporters, is they don't investigate deeper. They don't have critical fucking thoughts. And so you're getting these biases that are sometimes intentional and sometimes not intentional in how you feel or think about the world. Now, last year, believe it or not, in the last 2 or 3 years, the economy has recovered. Inflation came down. I can show you the chart. But yet, inflation was out of control, right? That was the zeitgeist last year. Well, that's another great point to discuss. The consumer was robust last year, and I do find it fascinating because if I was running for office, it doesn't matter what party, I would tell you that things are worse and bad, and only I can fix it. Does that make sense? Doesn't matter what your party is. Say things are horrible, and I need to fix this for you. I'm going to tell you that everything is horrible, so that I'm the solution to it. Make sense? Now, behind the scenes, those same groups of intelligent people have their own scientists. And they're like, no. You can tell them that, but they're great. So the state of the consumer last year was outstanding. So when you see things like, hey, we're going to revamp the economy, we're going to change how we do business, and we're going to do this and that, we're going to bang up the consumer, right, the voter, they already knew that you were more resilient last year, even if you didn't believe that. Does that make sense to you at all? So if I'm going to lay out policy that might hurt you as the consumer, I already know that you're well off and that you can likely weather some of that, even if you don't. I'm going to tell you how you feel, how you think, right, along the way. Now, the data is different. So the data speaks differently than what is you're regurgitating, basically. For lack of a nicer word, you're just regurgitating shit that you've heard or read in the news or on social media. And it's a tragedy that we're there, and it's tragedy that we're there. It's very, very rare that you'll get people that'll tell you, oh, yeah, I actually did the digging. I looked at it all. So I point out again Wolf Richter as one of those very rare voices that tells you the truth. He'll tell you something like, as a matter of fact, he just talked recently about, hey, we're going to, if they follow through with this, how we changing the economy, yeah, you're going to get doom, destruction in the stock market, stuff like that. But he also tells you the other flip side of the coin, too, like how is the consumer? So I'm going to read something to you here because he's been harping on this for about a week or two now. And a bunch of his articles he's had recently, like the state of the consumer, the state of you. And I want you to think before I read this to you, I want you to think to yourself, if you're, let's say you're MAGA and you're happy with what's happening, but you feel like you're still going to have to participate in the pain. Or if you're a Democrat, or you're a Republican that doesn't agree with MAGA, or you're a Republican that thinks it could have been done better, or this or that or whatever. Let's have a check-in on the consumer at this point. So we're in April 15th. So we've got basically what? We got basically have 90 days we're coming into, right? And if you were to go on to Twitter, Wall Street Bets, Reddit, stock twits, I don't know, Discord, whatever you're in, whatever thing you're on, whatever newspaper, radio show, TV show, I don't care. Whatever it is you're consuming. I want to read something to you and say to you this. Do you get told this anywhere else? I want to know. Because I know you don't get told this. I already know you don't. No matter what your position is, politically, or in the market, or in life, or in your own home, or in your neighborhood, or in your job, the things that you're seeing. Because I read something the other day. I read something where a guy said on Reddit, top comment, guy had like 300,000 points or whatever. It's considered an authority on Reddit. And he said, I know people that say that there's nothing leaving China. There's no fucking freight. There's no ships leaving China right now. It took me like 2 minutes. I went on to like freight. It's like marinefreighter.com or something. It's like a flight tracker. It's like freight tracker. And you can see the ships leaving China. No slowdown. None. So this guy's bullshitting and lying, spreading a fucking rumor. Just not true based on any kind of reality. So I want to read this last article from Wolf Richter and what he has to say here. It says, our drunken sailors are back. Say it to you again. Our drunken sailors are back. All this doom and gloom, all the policy, all the economic shift, all the business cycle change and factories being built in the U.S. and we're not getting any more iPhones and we're not getting in food prices are as high as they've ever been. Eggs, most expensive they've ever been. Our drunken sailors are back. Sales of used vehicles surged in March, same as new vehicles. Retail sales might look good. Despite their foul mood, consumers are splurging on vehicles. They may also be splurging on other products. Now, before I get into this article, I want to discuss something important to you. On Friday, I said to you, we've likely priced in the majority of the doom, and then we need to wait for data to come in and see how the economy runs, and that you can only price in further doom right before you get to it as the story unfolds. So at this point, we've had all this shit come down on us, right? As Americans, right? You've had shit come down on you from another country. You're living in another country, and you're seeing the effects of policy, destruction of long-term agreements or trade agreements, or even like UN, NATO.
The projections from the EIA, they see Brent spot crude prices to reach $91 a barrel and WTI to reach $89 a barrel. But this is by 2049, though.
So I want you to remember, that you've got the front running of doom, and then the doom gets worse. So we front run it, right? We begin to front run, price in all of this doom. And now we're at the point where we've priced in that doom, right? We traded 4,800, priced in the doom. So now you have to sit back and what? See what the next part is, right? You have to see the effects. Can the consumer handle what policy has come down to at this point? It doesn't matter if they're spending money on further doom. It doesn't matter if they're spending money on, I don't know, they're preparing for a recession or they're preparing for a depression. But if they're still spending or not does matter. Where are they spending money? And you got to remember, until they can't spend any more money, we don't enter a recession or a depression. If they haven't been fired from their jobs, right? We're not in the recession or depression. We're looking to price that stuff in, aren't we? Right? So if we start to see the decay in that ability to spend money, pay your bills, pay your credit off, buy a car, buy a house, whatever it may be, you can't price that doom in. I've said this on Friday, if you are going to price in possible doom, right? No policy to say it, but possible doom. We would trade like the stock market would trade like it was Zimbabwe, right? We'd be at 0, 5 billion, 0, based on something that's not there yet. It's not showing itself yet. Market doesn't trade like that. It's not what the market does. So the market is breathing to find out, hey, how bad is it? How bad off is the consumer? What is the data showing right now in the consumer where they are for what policy has happened? Now, if you go on to any of these websites, they're going to tell you what? We're fucked. Right? We're all fucked. Whether I want it or don't want it, I don't care. We're doomed. Doom, 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 doom. Might as well go to 0 now. But that's not how the market works, is it? It's completely separate, isn't it? And it is based on the economy and the data. Sales of used cars at franchise dealers such as GM and Ford or Honda dealers and independent dealers to retail customers spiked by 12.8% year over year in March, 1.66 million vehicles, after year-over-year increases of 2.8 and 3.8% respectively in February and January, according to data from Cox Automotive. This is tax refund season. People get money. Not me, but people do get money. Tax refunds make perfect down payments for purchasing a vehicle. The whole industry salivates over them, and tax refunds were up. Individual income tax refunds through April 4th rose by 5.0% from a year ago to $211 billion, according to IRS data. That goes against everything you're reading. You're reading stories about how people aren't filing their taxes, aren't you? You're reading stories about how I'm not going to file my taxes, bro, so I find out what Doge does. So you got this one voice, then that gets parroted, and then I read the article. I saw it on Twitter, and then I saw it in like the New York Times or WAPO or something. So all these reporters are just picking up on this garbage, right? Garbage. The number of tax refunds rose by 1.4% year over year to 67.7 million refunds. The average tax refund to individual taxpayers increased by 3.5% to $3,116. Tax refunds paid via direct deposit rose by 5.3% to $206 billion. And they were available for down payments essentially right away. So imagine we're consuming all this stuff, and there's some kind of a finance guy in a Ford dealership, and he's like, yeah, shut your mouths and get ready to start selling cars. And there's like the cooler, right? The water cooler. Bunch of sales guys are over there. What are we going to do, bro? And like, shut your mouths, get on the sales floor and start selling me some Fords. Came down from the top. Who did it come from? Probably a scientist that works for Ford that says, fuck you, start selling cars. Because people have all their money again. They made bank on their returns. They got to spend it somewhere. Might as well be us. Right? While you're on Reddit crying and whining about how bad everything is. Smart people. Consumers are splurging on both new and used vehicles, the biggest category in retail sales. Despite fears and fretting about consumer spending in Q1, shocked Pikachu. And despite the ultra foul mood consumers are in because they hate high prices and inflation, made worse by the hoopla in the media about tariffs. So, last year, if you look at chart of inflation, it's on its way down violently. Now, if you make the case that inflation is raging and a talking point politically, you guys are angry. Now, inflation is still high, even though it's coming down. But as long as you believe that it's still too high, and as long as you believe that it should be assigned to somebody, anybody, you assign it to Trump, assign it to Biden, I don't care. You just assign it to whoever. Somebody has to take the fall for inflation. Always. Always. You get stinky. And you guys have been stinky. We know what the zeitgeist is, right? Zeitgeist saying, I'm mad, I'm angry, I'm scared, I'm worried, I'm fearful, I'm this, I'm that, I'm angry. Trump's going to destroy the economy, but I'm voting for him because I think it's going to help us all. And I'm going to have to pay the price. And oh my God, terrified still. New vehicle sales, as we saw earlier in April, jumped in March by 13.3%. Year over year, after having already increased in February and January to produce the best Q1 for new vehicles since 2019. Do you remember those retail sales figures at the beginning of the year in January when you were telling me here on this show, in this chat, what about that, Cap? Worst sales ever? I'm like, no, it's seasonal. It needs to be seasonally adjusted. We get one bad, one good, one bad, one good, one good, one bad, but then you've got some shoulder seasons in one data figure, right? It's not as bad as you think. Tax refund season is an important factor in new vehicle sales as well, plus some front running of the tariffs. Say that again. Front running of the tariffs also played a role in the surge in new vehicle sales. So you get front running of buyers, right? Buyers are like, oh God, we're in so much trouble. We've got a depression coming. I'm going to buy my shit now. And I still have money to buy shit. Right? But we're not there yet. And then you also have the front running of greed inflation. Right? I got a bunch of Fords sitting in a lot they're not selling. People on YouTube saying we got a car apocalypse coming. I know you guys consume those videos on YouTube. You know, the used car guy that's like, oh, bro, they're going to have to drop all these prices on Fords, bro. No. They just let them sit. Then you panic. And you bought. Used vehicles are not tariffed. Right? So someone's like, yeah, there's no tariff on this vehicle. Right? Used vehicles are not tariffed. And the surge in used vehicle sales is more of a factor of tax refunds. And the sky-high prices of new vehicles haven't declined much off the spike. And those sky-high prices shift sales from new vehicles to used vehicles. Remember when I told you I was buying that Subaru in the bottom of the market last October? I was like, I got to buy my daughter a car. I think I nailed that too. And those sky-high prices shift sales from new vehicles to used vehicles, often on the same dealer lot. So the dealers are getting rich still, right? Why are they getting rich on used cars on dealer lots? Because nobody's selling their cars anymore, are they? If you go look for a used car on Facebook Marketplace, there's no private sales. It's all dealer lots. And they're there to capture that money. They're smarter than you. They're accumulating used cars knowing that you're going to spend your money. And your fear is driving sales. They're front running inflation on you. You're doing all the things the right way while you're screaming bloody murder. And they know that you have money. They know that the consumer is still strong. They know that you're getting tax refunds. And so they're making money hand over fist. In addition, as always, the urge to trade in an old set of wheels for something nicer and the ability to do so played a role. There's also something else here. If any of you have been through a recession or a depression, I don't know if you're that old, you could be 100 and fucking something, but if you've been through a recession, and if you haven't, I'm going to explain something about recessions. Whether it's coming or not, we don't know. There are those of you out there that claim that we're already in one, have been in one for 2 years. That's false, by the way, just to let you know. And we're not in one just yet. But what is a behavior of a fear of recession? If you're young, you may not know. I'm going to tell you what that is. And that is that if you are the breadwinner in your house, whether it's one person, two people, 4, 5, I don't care. If you're the breadwinner, I don't care if you're a man or a woman, 2 men, 2 women, I don't care. If you are a breadwinner in your home and you get fearful, you think of only the base needs for you. And what you think about is, I just need a vehicle to get to work. I don't care if I lose my mortgage. I don't care if I lose my rental. I don't care about any of that. I don't care if I have to live in my car. I just know I have to get to work every day and make money. And that's the base, like, animalistic, like, deep down inside need, right? So oftentimes when we come into recession fear, you'll see people begin to trade in their vehicles to get something while they still have good credit, to get something more reliable, maybe lasts longer. Then you have tariff fears. I'm never going to be able to afford these cars. This F-150 car, F-250 costs $150,000. I better get what I can now in case things get worse. Think about that in your own life. Outside of this show, do you have those thoughts? I have to pay off my debt. I got to get a vehicle. I might get fucked here. I don't know. Uncertainty, right? And I'm still making money. Might as well go down and get a loan. You also, too, this is why a lot of these car companies have their own in-house financing. They realize they're going to go through a recession or a possible depression. They want to sell as much as they possibly can while they can. Make sense? That's true. That happens in every recession. And even if we don't have one, that's what they do. If we have just the fear of one, they realize that you're going to buy cars. Total retail sales based on sales by all categories of retailers could show solid gains for March, which will be released tomorrow on Wednesday, tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, we get retail sales month over month at 8:30 in the morning. After unit sales of used and new vehicles booked these strong gains, there might have been a similar surge in other retail categories as well. So this is Wolf Richter talking about retail sales tomorrow. This might be your big, like, I got you moment if you're a bear. And I want you to think about something here. I want you to think about retail sales tomorrow. I want you to think about your anecdotal evidence that you have. And I want you to think about what your behaviors have been in this first quarter of the year. Have you been thinking about, oh, we might go into a depression. We might go into a recession. What have your own behaviors been like out there? Maybe you're not spending money at, I don't know, maybe you're not spending money at the high-end bar buying Cristal, but you're still spending that money somewhere else? Or do you not have money? Is your financial situation worse off this year than it was last year? And I don't mean like stuff costs more money. I mean more like last year, Cap, I was making 100 grand. This year, I'm making 50 grand. You know what I mean? And you got to think about that. And are you still spending money, or are you hoarding cash right now? Because the data says that you're not. The data says that you're not hoarding cash. You're not saving money. You're not putting it in the stock market. We know that already, right? So what are you doing with your money? You're not putting it in the stock market. What are you doing with it? Well, I'm going to bet some of you are spending it, fearing a recession or a depression. And you're reinforcing yourself to weather that storm. If I had to guess, that's going on a lot out there. Trying to get better rates, trying to get a better rent, whatever it may be, but still spending money. Now, back to used vehicles. Used vehicle inventory is tight. The number of used vehicles in inventory at franchise and independent dealers dipped to 2.14 million vehicles at the beginning of March, according to estimates by Cox Automotive. Supply was down to 39 days. That also speaks to something here, doesn't it? If you're going to get a new vehicle and you do think there's a recession coming or a depression, you can probably get a pretty decent price for your used car. If you want to sell a used car, we're in the time period right now to sell it, to get a pretty decent price for the vehicle that you have, and especially if you want to get something newer, newish, even if it's not brand new. There's demand. Used vehicle inventory is fed by vehicles that have been purchased new some time ago. They enter the used...
Reports that Trump holds a Situation Room meeting on Iran nuclear deal negotiations.
God damn it, more Trump lines. Fucking, we gotta like, when does this guy become like a lame duck? I'm serious. Used vehicle inventory is fed by vehicles that have been purchased new some time ago. They enter the used vehicle market via trade-ins, lease returns, fleet turnover at rental operations, 2.5, 3.5 million vehicles in a normal year, fleet turnover at other fleets, repos, etc. During the period of semiconductor shortages in 2021 and 2022, global vehicle production plunged, and as a consequence in the U.S., 6 to 10 million fewer new vehicles were sold over a 2-year period than might have been sold otherwise. And these 6 to 10 million missing vehicles are now not flowing into the used vehicle market. Yeah, like that. Right? So there's not a lot of these used vehicles from that time period of shortages here for people to buy. I urge you to go on Facebook Marketplace or whatever it is you sell. Don't go to like Carvana or anything, but like Facebook Marketplace. And I want you to look at how many used cars there are from private sales versus used car lots, new car lots. And it's shocking. It really is shocking to see how many people are not selling used cars, private sale. In addition, leasing activity in 2021 and 2022 plunged, which has led to a sharp decline in the number of leases that are now maturing. And so supply of off-lease vehicles has plunged. And amid very solid demand and relatively tight inventory, retail sales started to rise again last September. Used vehicle retail prices started rising 7 months ago. In 2021 and 2022, used vehicle prices per the Consumer Price Index.
Fitch Ratings note that retaliation risks loom for some U.S. corporates as trade war continues.
In 2021-2022, used vehicle retail prices per the Consumer Price Index had spiked by about 55% seasonally adjusted and not seasonally adjusted. Then in 23 and 24 through August, they gave up about half of that spike. But in September 2024, in solid demand and tight inventories, prices started to rise again. Seasonally adjusted and not seasonally adjusted. That's when I was buying my daughter a car. I'm like, we're at a bottom right now in the used car market. I'm going to buy my daughter a vehicle. Why did I do that? Because I watch the used vehicle price market. Because I watch the data. And I'm like, oh, this might be a good time to buy a used car. So tomorrow, we get retail sales at 8:30 in the morning. And what happens if we get a shock? Like, retail sales are great month over month. People are spending money, just maybe not where you think they're spending money. Is the consumer really worse off today?
Piece by Fitch ratings on the feed for those interested.
Or last month, I should say.
Trade partners remains a risk for U.S. corporate sectors, despite some near-term reprieve.
Is the consumer as worse off as they're supposedly supposed to be, right? Supposedly supposed to be. Okay. And when do they deteriorate? We would need what? Multiple months of that data, wouldn't we? We would need 2, 3, 4 months to put together. Hey, the consumer is fucked up. Unemployment rate is racing higher. Their buying power is lowering. They stopped spending money. They don't have any money to spend anymore. But we're not there yet, are we? If we were to do that if we were to trade our market based upon that, we'd be like Zimbabwe, wouldn't we? Well, Cap, it's going to get worse. I say that every month. Say it every quarter, every half year, every year. They're doomed next year, bro. They're doomed next month, bro. You can't price that into the stock market just thinking that. You have to price it in as that data comes in. And you begin to form a picture. You know what? The consumer's not looking so hot anymore. They look like they did get banged up. They look like they were kind of worse off. But last year they weren't. And the year before they weren't. They were well off. They weren't just like neutral. The consumer was way up there. They were living like rock stars. As Wolf Richter calls them, drunken sailors. They spend, party time, right? Spend. That's what they were doing. Only fangirls, food delivery, you name it. You even had that DoorDash, right? If they weren't making money and they didn't want to stop making money, they wouldn't have launched what? Buy here, pay later? Why do you think they launched that program? Because the consumer was doing great. They don't want to lose that money that's coming in, right? If you're giving me $10, then you give me 20, then you give me 30, then you give me 40, then you give me 100, right? They don't want to see that money go away, do they? They don't want to go back down to 80, 60, 50, 20, 10. We're not there yet. They don't wait for that. DoorDash doesn't go, hey, boss, we went from $10 a month to $100 a month. We're now back to $10. We should launch that buy now, pay later program. The smart people go, hey, boss, we make $100 a month on DoorDash. We should get ahead of this. We may have a recession coming. You should launch that program before we go down to $10 a month and we blow ourselves up. But we're still not there, are we? They keep making those higher highs. Push that one right there. Keep making those higher highs. So think about that. If we were to trade every possible recession, we'd be trading like Zimbabwe, wouldn't we? Can't do that, can we? Now we price in real policy. We price in uncertainty. And those things are real, right? We've priced in policy that was unexpected. We're pricing in uncertainty into the market. But we can't price in a recession if the data doesn't yet support it. We've already priced in uncertainty. We've already priced in more hawkish policy that the presidency and the White House has unfurled for us, but we're still not in the recession. And we had a robust consumer last year. So you have to watch and see what happens. And I want you to think this through even more. I want you to think about what is happening today. I want you to think about what if something changed tomorrow? We have doom and gloom today. And what if Trump was to say to you tomorrow, oh, trade war finished. We've gotten everything we wanted. If they said that tomorrow, would you tear up that, hey, we're going to recession call? Does that make sense? It's kind of why you saw, I think it was GS or...
At the top of the hour, Trump's roll call says the White House press briefing will be beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern time today. So again, White House
10 minutes.
briefing expected at the top of the hour. We'll have a video on the feed for you.
There we go. We got the Trump presser at 1. We'll write bullshit because we know that Trump's going to do the presser at like 4 p.m. We know that presser probably isn't happening till 4. How about, I'll give you 2 p.m. But I want you to think about like,
We have posted the live video to the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Leavitt. That's on the feed for
it's not Trump, it's Leavitt.
Starting at the top of the hour.
Maybe that might happen at 1 p.m. She's pretty much on time. She's fairly close to being on time. But I want you to think about, it hasn't started yet. I have it on the background. I want you to think about like, if the situation, oh, what was that? Wait a minute. All right, we're back on again. Sorry about that. So I want you to think about like, if things change, not that they're going to, but if they were to change, you couldn't be pricing in a recession that hasn't happened yet, could you? You can price in uncertainty, policy, all that kind of stuff. You can't price in a recession, though. You can't. It's just like craziness. So we try. I think we're over there, right? Is that right? Yeah, I got that right. No, this is the 1 hour right here. Got that right or wrong? I don't know where that came from. I don't know where this 1 comes from over here. Look at that. There's a gap down here at the hourly. There's a little gap down there. Sneaky little gap down here. Watch out for that gap. I didn't see that. Tiny little gap down here. This might be the Bears' chance. Tiny little gap down here. What I want you to think about here is pricing things in, right? Can't be pricing in a recession every time we think we're going to have a recession. Watch out for this gap down here. They might try to swing us down here. On this presser. Watch this closely. Hit and run down here. Open the gates to hell down below. New low right now. Matter of fact, watch out close. They got high, new low, lower low. Watch out for a blast to the downside if you want to pick up some puts on an intraday trade. So if you're thinking about like recession, you can't price it in until the data begins to tell you the story of recession. So we have retail sales tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. Retail sales in the U.S. increased 0.2% month over month in February of 2025, rebounding from a downwardly revised 1.2% fall in January. We had those weird months, right, that were accumulating from over like a 3-month period or something like that kind of damaged it. Watch out for this downside move. We're going to go down here. They're going to try to shank us down here. Well below forecasts of 0.6%. 7 of the report's 13 categories saw declines. Price target of $537.50. Food services and drinking places, well, let's 7 of the report's 13 categories saw declines. We want to look at this more closely because when you say I'm not spending any money or the consumer is doomed, and auto sales are the largest component of retail sales, we should expect retail sales to come out pretty good.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the start of the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Leavitt.
Yeah, they're doing a hit and run right now. They're going to take us downtown here. Take us all the way down on this presser. Headline risk. This is where I am, by the way, if you don't know. SPY dipping again to lows in the day.
From macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our
The
real-time.
VIX turning up right now. VIX getting bullish. Watch out for a bloodbath here. Should go all the way down to where this little thing is, right? This gap. This is where intraday demand was, this green line. This is where I got long, right here. Also note that there's this whole Monday low at 12 o'clock. Way lower. Way lower. As a matter of fact, that Monday low is right here. Way over there. $533. So you can see where it is. If we blast down to the hourly trigger on SPX, it's pretty ugly down there. Presser is getting some people in it right now. Still no I forget what her name is right now off the top of my head. I'll call her Karen.
So we're shortly expecting the start of the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Leavitt.
Levitt. So you've got retail sales tomorrow, and I want to read these things that you're looking out for tomorrow's retail sales. You already know that cars are going to be a large part of it and positive. 7 of the report's 13 categories in January saw declines. Food services and drinking places, gasoline stations, clothing, motor vehicles and parts dealers, sporting goods, hobby, musical instrument, and bookstores, miscellaneous store retailers, and electronics appliance stores. Now, fascinatingly, that story was spun to you in January. Listen closely. This is the pudding here. Retail sales in January were spun as people spent less money. So they must be in decline right now. What they failed to tell you was that prices came down in that time period. So if you were buying, let's say, 50 gallons of gas, it cost less. So you had less money that you had to spend on gas or in the convenience store or whatever. So it wasn't necessarily indicative of a failure to spend. It just didn't cost as much. Now we know prices are on the rise again right now due to the front running of tariffs. So people may be spending more this retail sales than they were in January. This is not good here, by the way. We're going to get out and sweep this gap down below here in just a minute. Sales at furniture stores also stalled. Meanwhile, sales excluding food services, auto dealers, building material stores, and gasoline stations, which are used to calculate GDP, jumped 1%, reversing a downwardly revised 1% fall in January and much better than forecasts of 0.2%. She's still not up yet. Watch out. I feel like it's like a 1 in a million chance that it happens, but then once it happens once, it's gonna happen all the time.
No, it happened to Kelly on News Nation. It did. I was like 20 seconds out when that happened to you, and my eyes were like, I was like so irritated.
That bird? Yeah, the bird.
Oh, we have to look at it right now. Yeah, it's worth it.
Bird?
You handled it extremely well. I would not have handled it that well. Just for the record. It was so good. That bird knew not to come to me. Years ago, a mouse fell into the ground from the ceiling. So.
Was it caught on video?
Yeah. No, that's
yeah, the bird thing too. What's great about that though too, like 15 seconds on cam, they were trying to figure it out. See that? Yeah. Right on.
Yeah, that was worth it.
Right on. Oh yeah.
I did not like that at all.
No gap closure. 1:06 p.m. She's usually still on time. Our hair. Otherwise, I would have thought I was being attacked. I would have. Yeah. She's running a little bit late. Never happened when Commander Buddy was here to clear all the critters away.
I'm monochromatic. I know. We're kind of matching. It's like fading.
Yeah.
Hold on a second here. I guess. God, I can't win. No, she's on the hill. Yeah. Her last time, so we got lucky with the time I was here. We were looking at the rest of the time. Was that with the first one?
The first one.
Yeah.
Still waiting.
Yeah.
Attention, the press briefing will begin in 10 minutes.
10 minutes. You see, go back there and tell them 2 minutes.
Who, me? You go tell them. They don't listen to me.
Yeah, they do. They watch what?
So just a heads up, the press briefing is due to begin in about 10 minutes. That's according to the live stream video that we heard, or the audio.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife's mom.
I find it ironic. I'm reading some commentary in that article that I read to you earlier. And the commentary goes something like this. It seems hardly surprising that people would run to stores to buy up everything they can in anticipation of tariffs. I'm not sure that the noise and the data is going to say anything useful about what's going to happen in the next few months. If anything, you can predict that the increase in sales foreshadows is or I think they're trying to write is foreshadowing a significant slump down the road since demand seemed to have shifted to the beginning of the year, which is not typical. Most consumers pay off their credit cards after Christmas and do their shopping in the fall, and he makes the posit not this year. The next commenter says, "Hey, Wolf, I believe the spike is across the board in big ticket items where people were expecting tariffs to hit the hardest. Give it a month or two and the figures should drop big time, worse than housing." And this goes back to my original commentary, which is when you hear commentary from this gentleman that says, give it a month or two.
Corporation data.
Voice news disconnected.
When you hear commentary like this, "Hey, Wolf, I believe the spike is across the board in big ticket items where people were expecting tariffs to hit the hardest. Give it a month or two, and the figures should drop big time, worse than housing." If I had a nickel for every time I heard "give it a month or two," that doesn't mean it's not right this time. But if I had a nickel for every time someone said that, this market would be what? Trading like Zimbabwe. You just give it a month or two, bro, and this consumer is going to collapse. The economy is going to collapse. The business cycle is going to collapse. You can't price that into the stock market. You can price in uncertainty, policy, things like that, but you cannot price in data that's not there. You can't price it in. You can have expectations of that data coming to fruition, but until that data puts a story together, there's no go in that. You might get intraday dips or rips, whether it's positive or negative, but you won't get a permanent price reflection or action. And that's like January when we got those crazy numbers, those lopsided numbers in our 3-month and year out expectations with 2 bad months of data that wound up improving as we went into the beginning of the year. The gap is right here to close. 537.46. Wolf's response to this was a big part of the boost in sales was due to the higher tax refunds, which are used as down payment. Read the article. Sales of used vehicles, which are not tariffed, were already strong in January and February and in December and in October and September. They've been strong for months. New vehicle sales have been strong for 6 months as well. People are buying vehicles, tariffs or no tariffs. SPY week into this presser from the press secretary. They said that it would start at 1 p.m. They're now saying 1:30. The presser will start. It's 1:17 right now. SPOO's now trading down to the intraday low at 538.15. I think that's the intraday low. Yeah, that's the intraday low. 538.15. Tuesday low, I'm going to show you that for the other target, lower than there, right in there. So I've got the gap here at 537.60, Monday low at 536.20, and the 533.87 low on Monday. SPOO's still holding the intraday low. The VIX about to confirm a move higher. There's a 1 in 5 minute trigger on VIX. VIX 9-day, just back testing it real quick. We'll see if supply comes in or not, if demand is there. Dixie coming in to test 100.199 right now. HYG looking weak. Dixie looking strong. TNX coming into some sort of support. VIX 9-day inconclusive as of yet. SPX testing 5,400 right now. Half-hour hourly velocity on SPX looking negative. SPY trading now, new intraday low to close the gap at 537.54. Gap has been closed.
Until the briefing. 2 minutes until the briefing.
New target. $536.20.
Oh, good to see you. Congrats on making new media. Shaker. It's a good day for it. Lots to ask.
VIX turning up right now. Higher lows on VIX. 4 minutes left. We might get a quick squeeze here. We got a little bit of a gap down below, but it should reverse again. Watch out for a squeeze. Should get a plunge here in a few minutes. 2-3 minutes. We should start blasting down real soon here. VIX coming down to close the gaps lower.
Good afternoon, everybody. I apologize for my tardiness, but I came directly from the Oval. I have some newsy updates to share from the president, which I know you all very much value and appreciate. So let's get to it. The president promised millions of Christians across the country on the campaign trail that he would create a White House faith office when he returned to the White House, and he has delivered on that promise. The White House Faith Office has put together an extraordinary week-long celebration currently underway for Holy Week ahead of Easter Sunday. The president signed a Holy Week proclamation, filmed a special presidential video message, and will be hosting a pre-Easter dinner tomorrow night and a White House staff Easter worship service on Thursday. The president and the First Lady are honored to continue the tradition of the White House Easter egg roll, which will take place on the South Lawn next Monday. In other news, President Trump is turning America into a manufacturing superpower again. Yesterday, there was a monumental announcement by NVIDIA, one of the largest companies in the world. This is just the latest example. For the first time ever, chip-making giant NVIDIA will produce AI supercomputers entirely in the United States as part of its pledge to produce $50 billion worth of AI infrastructure in our country over the next 4 years. With their manufacturing partners, they have commissioned more than 1 million square feet of manufacturing space to build and test NVIDIA Blackwell chips in the great state of Arizona and AI supercomputers in the great state of Texas. NVIDIA's founder and CEO Jensen Huang touted how the engines of the world's AI infrastructure are being built in the United States for the first time. This is the Trump effect. This follows trillions in other U.S. investments announced already, including $500 billion from Apple in U.S.-based manufacturing and training, $100 billion from TSMC and U.S.-based chips manufacturing, and the $500 billion private investment led by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank in artificial intelligence infrastructure. Under President Trump, we're going to produce the cars, the ships, the chips, the airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America at the hands of American workers. On the border, President Trump continues to break records and protect our homeland. According to CBP, Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border for the entire month of March 2025 were lower than the first 2 days of March 2024 under Joe Biden. Incredible law enforcement officers are arresting violent illegal aliens from American communities every day. Here are a few examples from the latest ICE report, which I received this morning. ICE Los Angeles arrested a 54-year-old citizen of Mexico convicted of rape by threat, sodomy with a person under 14 years.
VIX trading higher again right now, even though we're squeezing.
Houston has arrested a 23-year-old citizen of Mexico convicted of predatory criminal sexual assault of a child in Cook County, Illinois. ICE Houston arrested a 64-year-old citizen of Honduras convicted of murder in Los Angeles County, California. ICE Chicago arrested a 49-year-old citizen of Guatemala convicted of assault and arson in Prince Williams, Virginia, not far from here. ICE Denver arrested a 36-year-old citizen of Mexico who is registered as a sex offender and has been convicted of sexual assault of a child in Lake County, Colorado. ICE Baltimore arrested a 50-year-old citizen of China convicted of sex trafficking in Bel Air, Maryland. And ICE Boston arrested a 46-year-old citizen of Jamaica convicted of 3 counts of rape of a child and 2 counts of indecent assault and battery of a child under 14 in Boston, Massachusetts.
Give me 2 minutes. Let me go potty really quick.
Our administration will not rest until every single violent illegal alien is removed from our country. The safety of the American people is too important to settle for anything less. On that note, the Democrat and media outrage over the deportation of Abrego Garcia, an MS-13 El Salvadorian illegal alien criminal who is hiding in Maryland, has been nothing short of despicable. Based on the sensationalism of many of the people in this room, you would think we deported a candidate for Father of the Year. That's because, unfortunately, many in this country care more about this quote-unquote Maryland father, a legal alien MS-13 gang member, than a Maryland mother and an American citizen who was brutally murdered at the hands of a different illegal alien. Of course, I am referring to Rachel Morin. And if you didn't see yesterday, a Maryland jury found illegal alien Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez guilty of murdering Rachel Morin in August of 2023. She was a 37-year-old mother of 5 who was jogging in an otherwise safe community northeast of Baltimore when this monster ambushed, strangled, and beat her to death before stuffing her brutalized body in a tunnel drain. The Morin family finally got justice yesterday, but they will never get Rachel back. Our hearts go out to Rachel's family, her 5 children, and her mother, Patty, who has suffered the unimaginable loss of her daughter. In case you missed it last week, President Trump signed a national security presidential memorandum directing federal agencies administering federal land on the border to make land available to the Defense Department in a new national defense area. This followed the president's Day 1 executive order committing his administration to marshal all available resources and authorities to stop the unprecedented flood of illegal aliens into our country and to obtain complete operational control of the borders of the United States of America. Once again, the president is fulfilling another key promise. This new national defense area spans more than 170 miles across our border in New Mexico.
Here, I'm back again.
But in the coming weeks,
Gotta go potty really quick.
will add more than 90 miles in the state of Texas. This national defense area will enhance our ability to detect, interdict, and prosecute the illegal aliens, criminal gangs, and terrorists.
Luckily, I didn't have to listen to half of whatever she had to say.
For the past 4 years under the Biden administration. It will also bolster our defenses against fentanyl and other dangerous narcotics that have been poisoning our communities. With all of this work being done to make America great again, we continue to see a positive response from the American public. A brand new poll published from the Daily Mail and JL Partners this morning found that President Trump's approval rating is at an all-time high. That's because the president is working tirelessly to keep his promises to the American people, as I just saw him doing today in the Oval Office. We have a reporter in our new media.
VIX 9-day looking very bullish here.
Who is the editor-in-chief of the Washington Reporter. Washington Reporter is a new, fast-growing outlet that breaks stories about legislation and interviews leaders in Congress and across the administration. The publication's readership includes the highest levels of business and government. And with that, please kick us off, Matt.
And we've interviewed you as well. So Caroline, thanks so much for having me here on behalf of our readership and the millions of Americans who I think appreciate what you're doing with the new media seat here and making this a more accessible briefing room. I'm curious with Harvard, we saw the Trump administration today announced it's cutting around $2 billion, or freezing $2 billion in funds to Harvard because the campus has serious problems with violence and with anti-Semitism.
I don't know who this guy is.
We saw President Obama, former President Obama, side with Harvard, which rejected the Trump administration's demands. I'm curious, where does the administration see this going with Harvard and with other colleges and universities in America that are refusing to reform in wake of the sort of craziness that we've seen take over some of them?
Thank you, Matt, for being here, and thanks for the question. When it comes to Harvard, the president's position on this is grounded in common sense, in the basic principle that Jewish American students, or students of any faith, should not be illegally harassed and targeted on our nation's college campuses. And we unfortunately saw that illegal discrimination take place on the campus of Harvard. There are countless examples to prove it, particularly with the stunning confession by then Harvard President Claudine Gay, who said that bullying and harassment depended on the context. The president at that time made it clear to the American public he was not going to tolerate illegal harassment and anti-Semitism taking place in violations of federal law. So the president made it clear to Harvard, follow federal law, no longer break Title VI, which was passed by Congress to ensure no student can be discriminated against on the basis of race, and you will receive federal funding. Unfortunately, Harvard has not taken the president or the administration's demands seriously. All the president is asking, don't break federal law, and then you can have your federal funding. I think the president is also begging a good question. More than $2 billion out the door to Harvard when they have a more than $50 billion endowment. Why are the American taxpayers
Price going higher.
that has billions of dollars in the
VIX still spiking.
certainly should not be funding a place where such grave anti-Semitism exists.
I'm curious, you had just mentioned Rachel Warren, and I'm a Maryland man, and I think most Marylanders appreciate what you were saying today. We've seen that Chris Van Hollen, who was Rachel Warren's senator, basically threatening to fly to El Salvador to press for the release of someone who was in America illegally. And not as much sort of from him about Rachel Warren's horrific murder and the verdict that was, I think, rightly reached yesterday. What does the administration think about the priorities we're seeing from Senate Democrats in terms of illegal immigrants instead of the work that agencies like ICE and DHS are doing with the Trump administration?
It's mind-boggling, the priorities of the modern-day Democrat Party. I think it's atrocious that you have Democrats in Congress on Capitol Hill who swear an oath to protect their constituents and to serve them in Washington, D.C., spending more time defending illegal immigrant gang members than their own constituents and law-abiding American citizens like Rachel Warren. And I saw the president personally on the campaign trail, and I continue to see him in his role as president of the United States, put American families first, reach out to the victims, the families of victims at the hands of illegal immigrant crime, and frankly, the actions and the words of the Democrat Party prove they could not care less about the American public. And maybe if they did, they'd see a bit higher approval ratings right now. Thanks for being here with us today. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. To follow up on something that you just said, why do Ivy League schools get so much federal funding?
It's a very good question, and it's a question the president has obviously raised in his discussions and negotiations with not just Harvard, but also Columbia and many other Ivy League institutions. We have the Anti-Semitism Task Force, which the president promised and delivered on. The Anti-Semitism Task Force is across the government, representatives from various federal agencies who meet on a weekly basis to discuss the question that you just raised. And I think a lot of Americans are wondering why their tax dollars are going to these universities when they are not only indoctrinating our nation's students, but also allowing such egregious illegal behavior to occur.
To follow up on immigration, deporting American citizens to Central American prisons, is it legal, or do you need to change the law to do it?
Well, it's another question that the president has raised. It's a legal question that the president is looking into. And he talked about this yesterday when with his meeting with President Bukele in the Oval Office. He would only consider this, if legal, for Americans who are the most violent, egregious, repeat offenders of crime, who nobody in this room wants living in their communities.
And then there's this CHNV thing. President Biden let more than 530,000 people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela into the U.S. with this CHNV program. He did it with the stroke of a pen. And now a judge will not let President Trump undo it with the stroke of a pen. So are you guys going to give all 530,000 plus people individual deportation hearings, or are you just going to try to deport them?
I spoke to White House counsel's office about this morning because obviously another rogue district court judge is trying to block the administration's mass deportation efforts with this latest injunction. We will fight this in the court of law, and we will ensure that every individual who illegally entered our country and was really taken advantage of by the previous administration because they abused the parole system in this country to fast track legal status, as they said, for these illegal immigrants. And they completely abused our legal system. Many of these paroled individuals were then given temporary protective status, which the intention of that TPS was only supposed to be used in times of war or storm or destruction in the home countries of these migrants. It was completely abused. These migrants came here for economic reasons, and they illegally entered our country, and the president is not going to tolerate that. And so we will continue to focus on deporting as many individuals as we can. Jennifer.
One on tariffs and one on Russia. Can you give us any sort of an update on which deals are in hand or are close? Which countries are reaching a deal on tariffs? And then on Russia, can you give us an update on what the agreement was with Russia? The president yesterday said that he thinks we'll be seeing some very good deals very soon. Can you talk a little bit about what Russia agreed to?
Sure. I don't want to get ahead of our United States Trade Ambassador and Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Treasury, all the great individuals who are working incredibly hard to cut these good trade deals. And the president's deeply involved in this as well. He has made it clear to his trade team he wants to personally sign off on all of these deals too. And so I don't want to get...
Spoo's still on 5,400.
From numerous administration officials, there have been many talks with countries. We've had more than 15 deals, pieces of paper put on the table, proposals that are actively being considered. And as we've said consistently, more than 75 countries have reached out. So there's a lot of work to do. We very much understand that, but we do believe that we can announce some deals very soon.
No new Monday low.
Did Russia agree to anything with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff?
I don't want to get ahead of those negotiations as well. What I can tell you is that they were a productive conversation was had. As the presidential envoy Steve Witkoff said last night, he believes that Russia wants to end this war, and the president believes that as well. There is incentive for Russia to end this war, and perhaps that could be economic partnerships with the United States, but we need to see a ceasefire first, and the president and the presidential envoy Witkoff made that very clear to the Russians. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. And
Yeah.
I also want to thank your press office for releasing that information that you cited up there regarding the ICE arrests over the last couple of days. And I have them right here, but what I might ask is, why not release the same information for those who were deported to El Salvador?
Well, first of all, the information was released by the Department of Homeland Security. The individuals on the flights to El Salvador are foreign terrorists, and those are counterterrorism operations. They are much different than the arrests and final order of removals that you see on a day-to-day basis that law enforcement agents are conducting around the country.
That information was not, to that detail, was not released by DHS, though.
I just told you the reason. It was a counterterrorism operation, a deportation of foreign terrorists, not illegal criminals who have been convicted of heinous crimes living in our American communities. It's two different things. Foreign terrorist, illegal immigrant criminal, two different things, two different definitions. You should look them up. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Does the president support raising the corporate tax rate to pay for all these other tax cuts he wants to see move through Congress?
Look, I've seen this idea proposed. I've heard this idea discussed, but I don't believe the president has made a determination on whether he supports it or not.
And then secondly, do you have any information on the status of Eden Alexander? Hamas says they lost contact with the unit guarding him following an Israeli airstrike earlier today.
I don't have updates. I have not seen that report, but I can certainly check in with our National Security Council. I have spoken to the president about Eden Alexander, and he's made it very clear to our national security team that finding him is a priority, but unfortunately I don't have any updates to share. But it's a very important matter, and certainly we can check in. Sure.
Hi. How concerned is the president that a federal judge could hold a Trump administration official in contempt of court for defying deportation orders?
We are complying with all court orders. So I see what you're trying to do there with that question, but we're very confident that every action taken by this administration is within the confines of the law, and we continue to comply with the court's orders. And you have seen that, and the president made that clear yesterday in the Oval Office with President Bukele. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. Could you, just going back to El Salvador, could you just explain to us a little bit more about the legal basis on which you may be able to send US citizens to prison there? I know you said that President Trump is looking at it, but can you explain to us a little bit more about how that might be possible?
We're looking at it, and when I have more for you to share, I certainly will. Sure.
Still going off the El Salvador questions, yesterday in the Oval Office, administration officials made it very clear that El Salvador is responsible for Mr. Abrego Garcia, yet El Salvador's president said we are
not out of the woods yet. You've got the 5-minute trigger coming down here.
this man.
Need to break out above.
First of all, President Bukele said that he is not going to smuggle a foreign terrorist back into the United States of America, as many in this room in the Democrat Party seemingly want him to do. Abrego Garcia was a foreign terrorist. He is an MS-13 gang member. He was engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result. There is never going to be a world in which this is an individual who's going to live a peaceful life in Maryland, because he is a foreign terrorist and a MS-13 gang member. Not only have we confirmed that, President Bukele yesterday in the Oval Office confirmed that as well. So he went back to his home country, where he will face consequences for his gang affiliation and his engagement.
Half-hour trigger on SPX holding so far, but I don't know how long it'll hold.
Appalling, truly appalling, that there has been so much time covering this alleged human trafficker and this gang member, MS-13 gang member. It's truly striking to me. Karen.
Thanks, Caroline. The president was posting on Truth Social today.
Sweep lower is still on the table.
Last week in his cabinet meeting, he was talking about a plan to work with farmers to retain workers who are in the U.S. illegally, provided that they leave and then come back through what he said would be a legal process. Can you give details on what that would look like? How many workers he's talking about? How long a plan like that would take to implement, and the timeline for more details on getting this actually to implementation?
I can check in with our immigration and our policy team and get you some more details on that, Karen.
And is this something he wants?
We did beat this. Here's the prior high here. We did beat this one.
Kind of imminent that he wants to do this.
Yeah,
You'd want to see this move higher to say it's over.
Particularly Secretary Rollins, who has the backs of American farmers and ranchers. It's something that he's
still not out of the woods to more downside.
All the cameras in the cabinet room, but I'll check in with not only our immigration team, but also with USDA, and we'll get you an answer. Jonathan.
So far, early trigger holding up.
Good to see you in here.
You too. The president has long said that it would be an abuse of power for a president.
If you're looking for the trade down to 33.
Last week, President Trump explicitly directed
you would want to
Chris Krebs to see if it can find any evidence of criminal.
See the break here.
How is that not an abuse of power to direct the Justice
and take the trade right here?
Look, the president signed that executive order. It's the position of the president in this White House.
Position right about here. Take the trade lower. Still not there though. So far, early trigger holding up.
A follow-up on Harvard. The president floated on Truth Social, I believe, the possibility of removing tax-exempt status. How serious is that threat? And
also need to confirm this up here.
Follow-up question on foreign policy. Can you give us an update on what the president hopes to come from the next round of talks with Iran?
Sure. First, when it comes to Harvard, as I said, the president has been quite clear they must follow federal law. He also wants to see Harvard apologize, and Harvard should apologize for the egregious anti-Semitism that took place on their college campus against Jewish American students. There were professors who said that he had engaged in discriminatory behavior against Jewish students. Of course, you had the former president president of the university saying bullying and harassment depends on the context. You also had an encampment on Harvard Yard that we all saw play out before the cameras. The university failed to impose formal discipline on any students for this anti-Semitic conduct violations, including the occupation of a campus building and the disruption of classes with bullhorns. The president believes Harvard should apologize to its Jewish American students for allowing such egregious behavior. As for the tax-exempt status, I would defer you to the IRS for any updates. I do want to answer your question on Iran, of course. The maximum pressure campaign on Iran continues, but as you know, the president has made it clear he wants to see dialogue and discussion with Iran while making his directive about Iran never being able to obtain a nuclear weapon quite clear. And the president spoke to the Sultan of Oman today, who helped facilitate these talks. I have a readout for all of you. He held a call with the Sultan of Oman today, and he thanked him for hosting the first direct meeting between the United States and Iran and emphasized the need for Iran to end its nuclear program through negotiations. The two leaders also discussed the United States' ongoing operations against the Houthis and emphasized that the Houthis will pay a severe price until they end their attacks on maritime traffic in the Red Sea. As you know, an additional negotiation between Steve Witkoff and Iran's representative has been scheduled for Saturday. And since these are ongoing negotiations, I have nothing more to add on that. Sure.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. When you said that the president said that Iran will never have nuclear weapon, is the focus on dismantling the entire nuclear program, or it just restricting enriched uranium or the missile program?
The president does not want to see Iran have a nuclear program. He does not want Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been very clear about this. Shelby. Shelby, you have a seat today.
I know, stole it.
Glad to see it.
Two quick ones on TikTok. First, is the president expecting to extend the TikTok ban that's now June 19th if China doesn't come to the table in time?
Well, June 19th is a long ways away, obviously. I think it's 2 months away. 2 months is a long time in the Trump administration, as you have all seen. We work at Trump speed around here. We get a lot done, so definitely don't want to get ahead. The vice president continues to lead these negotiations and talks. The president's involved, and they're ongoing.
And then the president previously said he'd consider reducing tariffs on China in order to get a TikTok deal done. Is that option still on the table?
Look, the president has made his position on China quite clear, although I do have an additional statement that he just shared with me in the Oval Office. The ball is in China's court. China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them. There's no difference.
Spoos again going down to recheck the lows on Monday.
What we have, what every country wants, what we have, the American consumer. Or to put it another way, they need our money. So the president, again, has made it quite clear that he's open to a deal with China, but China needs to make a deal with the United States of America. Sure.
On tariffs, yesterday in the Oval Office...
Which outlet are you with?
The Canadian Public Broadcaster.
Oh, nice to see you.
Thank you. Yesterday in the Oval Office, President Trump suggested that there could be some help for automakers. I'm wondering what that looks like. Is it tariff relief on the 25% tariffs that are in place right now, or the new tariffs that are coming up in May on auto parts? And a second on Canada, if I may. President Trump's tone when it comes to Canada-U.S. relations, Canadians have noticed it's shifted a bit in the past few weeks. Ever since the election campaign started, he stopped talking about Canada becoming the 51st state, at least publicly. I'm wondering if that's on purpose and why.
I would reject the president's position on Canada has shifted. Perhaps he just hasn't been asked about Canada by questions from this group in the Oval Office, but they see him almost every day. But the president still maintains his position on Canada. The United States has been subsidizing Canada's national defense, and he believes that Canadians would benefit greatly from becoming the 51st state of the United States of America. As for autos and auto parts, I don't have anything to read out for you there, but I think the point the president was making is flexibility, and he has flexibility when it comes to negotiations and talks, but ultimately his goal in his fair trade
Boo's going to head down here in just a moment. We're going to start cranking to the downside.
First. And we had automakers and auto workers here at the White House on Liberation Day who believe in this president and his negotiating ability to put them first and to bring those jobs back to the United States of America. And the president's been very clear about that in his conversations with the automakers as well. Deanna, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. One on Ukraine and one on China. On Ukraine, this past weekend, Zelensky offered an invitation to President Trump, extending an offer for him to visit Ukraine. Just wondering if there's any update on that. Has Trump seen that offer and what he's thinking about?
I don't know. Actually, I haven't talked to the president about that, or if he saw Zelensky's offer. I'm sure he did. I haven't spoken to him about it. I can ask him what he thinks. I certainly don't have any plans to share on a potential trip to Ukraine, though.
And then on China, this last week, Chinese officials were posting videos on, social media sites.
VIX 9-day getting taken down again.
Elon Musk
VIX 9-day just toiling over here.
working in factories.
PNX coming into some support.
iPhones and products like
Dixie looking bullish.
Have they seen these?
HYG looking bearish.
I have seen the videos. I'm not sure who made the videos or if we can verify the authenticity, but whoever made it clearly does not see the potential of the American worker, the American workforce. The president believes in the American people, and he knows that we have the best not only consumer base in the world, but also the best workforce in the world, and that's why he's so focused on bringing investments home and shoring up our critical supply chains and bolstering our manufacturing here as well. Brett.
Thanks, Caroline. Would the president support a ban on members of Congress trading stocks?
I'm certain that's something the president would be interested in looking at, and I can ask him if he would support such a bill. Sure. Yes.
I have a question about the president's post from this morning on farmers. He asked farmers to be patient and just hold on. But a lot of farmers that I've talked to in the last week or so have said, they're in the middle of spring planting season, and that a trade war makes everything sort of up in the air. What would his message to them be? And also, is there anything specifically planned to provide relief like in President Trump's last term?
Yes, well, relief is being considered. The Secretary of Agriculture, I know, has spoken to the president about that, and again, it's being considered. And as for the president's message to the farmers, he put it out himself. He could speak for himself much better than I can speak for him, and so I would just direct you to the statement he had telling the farmers again and reiterating his support for them and that he has their backs, which he certainly does. Kelly, in the back.
Thanks, Caroline. 2 questions. The first
New target here, 5310.
to kill Director of National Intelligence.
If we start rejecting this 5400, 5310 is the target.
Can you talk about the level of threats against various administration officials, and then a second one on Biden?
I'm sorry to hear that. I had not seen that report. It's very unfortunately, and obviously the White House, the president, and the entire administration condemn any threats of violence against any administration officials or public officials on both sides of the aisle here.
That's a trade to 502933.
Local law enforcement agencies for arresting this individual.
Former President Biden, he's set to deliver his first major speech since leaving office tonight. He plans to talk about what I'm told will be Social Security.
So this is where I'm long right here, this yellow bar.
Harder for seniors and people with disabilities to access earned benefits is what Democrats have been.
If we can't hold this here,
President's response, or if
I'm going down, baby. I had a target of this 533,
My first reaction
but I think we trade
tonight was I'm shocked that he is
all of this down here. Whoop.
thought his bedtime was much earlier than his speech tonight. I understand the topic of his speech will be Social Security. Let me
52933.
President Biden's remarks. President Trump, is absolutely certain about protecting Social Security benefits for law-abiding, tax-paying American citizens and seniors who have paid into this program. He will always protect that program. He campaigned on it, he protected it in his first term, and he's back again to continue protecting it. On the topic of Social Security, I have some news before I let you all go. Later this afternoon, the president will be signing a presidential memorandum aimed at stopping illegal aliens and other ineligible people from obtaining Social Security Act benefits. The memorandum will direct the administration to ensure ineligible aliens are not receiving funds from the Social Security Act programs. It will expand the Social Security Administration's fraud prosecutor program to at least 50 U.S. attorney offices and establishes a Medicare and Medicaid fraud prosecution program in 15 U.S. attorney offices. The memorandum will also require the Social
I
Security...
had a target of 5365, but I think we would do the whole thing.
with mismatched Social Security records to combat identity theft, and the memorandum will direct the Social Security Administration to consider whether to reinstate the use of civil monetary penalties against individuals who engage in Social Security fraud, an effort that has been paused for several years.
Still holding 5400.
Should be be only for eligible taxpayers. And President Biden should think about what he did in his last term, which is allow tens of millions of illegal people into our country, many of whom were fraudulently receiving these benefits. So you'll hear from the president on that later, and we will see you later in the East Room. Bye, guys.
Thanks, Caroline.
All right, not much there. They spent a little bit of time here on bringing manufacturing back to the United States. That's just regurgitated stuff. I'm not seeing anything else from her that means anything to the market. There's a few things. She said, Trump says the ball is in China's court over tariffs. We don't have to make a deal with them. We already think that they don't want to make a deal with China. China needs to make a deal with the U.S. Trump maintains position on Canada. Trump believes the U.S. has the best workforce in the world. Goes on to say relief is being considered for farmers. Nothing else more that I see here. I don't see any like Trump. I don't see how Trump would want even a deal with China. My assumption here is that they want to make it so there is not a deal. If you followed the chart that I gave to you that showed factory building in the U.S., if you check the Fed, it's been the largest it's ever been just after COVID till today. So if you're building factories in the U.S., the assumption here is that you're not going to get it. So I'm long here. This 5,400 has to kind of hold. If this 5,400 does not hold, we need to get we have a low here, and we don't have the new low. So let me just show you guys this really quick. We have the low right here. You can see this tick right here. But we don't have the new low right here, just so you can see it. Failure of a new low right here. We got a new intraday low. I think we did. Yeah, we got a new intraday low here. But no new low in this move lower here. Or at least in this function here. That's 5,400. If this doesn't hold, if we close the door on this into the close today, oh shit. On here. What the fuck did I buy? Sorry, I got to keep track of this stuff. Right there. No, the danger here is, let me show you the danger here. So here's SPX here. This is at 5,400. You can see this right here, 5,400. We're holding this pretty well. And initially I was like, yeah, we'll get out here and trade. So we can trade this if we can get the VIX ramping, not catch the low, and then go higher. But I was looking like here and up. That's only if we're able to break down below. Still haven't broken this low here from Monday. You can see this one here at 1:30 in the afternoon. Just want to show you this. Still haven't made this 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock low. Haven't made this one yet here at 53.73. Nor all these buyers on Monday at 12 o'clock. This is like a big buy box right here. But what I really want to show you isn't this. This one right here is the one that I've got concerns on. And the reason for that is I'm looking at gamma, net gamma on the market. This is the 5,400 bar.
And there is nothing until 53.10. Not a thing. And this offers no support. This would be the next level here, 5,300. So 53.10 is kind of the target, or can be the target. So this is 53.10 right here, and that 53.10 is Friday at 1:30 in the afternoon. It erases half this move. We're not there yet, but it is of concern. So I'll put this in a dotted line. I would think that if you're going to trade, would think that if you lose this 5,400 or we get a bad retail sales, anything like that, why wouldn't you take all of this out? I would think that you'd take, forget the 532 or 33. I would think that you just sweep it all. And then you get your hourly trigger and you're wicking this here. So you've got like a body of a candle here, but you've got your wick all the way down there. But we're not there yet, so you can't trade it. As long as we're parked here on 5,400. The other problem that we have here is, here, hold on. Another problem that we have here right now is, so it's roughly slightly below this. The other issue that we have is that we've got a bunch of call gamma on 4250, 2-day call gamma at 42 or 54.25, excuse me, 54.25. So we're kind of being held up here. If we were to switch to puts, we could go down, but there's like a magnet up here at 54.25. So I think we need news, and she didn't provide it. So she didn't give us anything to like doom it. We'll hold it over here. But I don't see the reason to sell it yet. So we have 54.25 C's on SPX. So we're kind of roped in here unless we can turn these calls to puts. You'd need a reason to buy puts to have dealers chase to the downside. But we're not there at the moment. So I don't see any other news for today. Let me take a look one more time. We've got a Cook speech at 7 p.m. and they said they had a Trump speech. I don't know if that's tonight. Maybe that could provide the oomph to get to the downside. But other than that, I only see retail sales as the reason to go this far low. It'd be the only thing. And I don't see anything in retail sales saying that. So I read through retail sales to you earlier today, and they should be a good number. So I don't know how you get down here. I thought maybe Levitt could do it. Only retail sales is the only thing I could think of. I could send us to the depths of hell. So just watch out for this. Watch out for this 5,400 holding for now until maybe end of day. Maybe they try to park us in here. I'm not seeing anything else. I'm taking a look right now. I don't see shit. I don't see a goddamn thing that could send us lower. Let me look over here and see if there's anything. We still have expiration ahead of us on Thursday. We got options expiry on the 17th. We got 2 more days for that, right? OpEx expiration, both same days. It's out here. I think I'm going to take a quick break. I went potty earlier, but I've been sitting here all morning long. I'm going to take a quick, 15-minute break at most. It's 2:11 in the afternoon. I'll give you an update as to expectations for tomorrow. I just don't expect this to break here. Maybe we break down here and then pin it into the close. You can break down to here. Park it into the bell, and then they're hoping for the bloodbath on retail sales. And that's all I can think of. If I see anything change with call gamma, I'll let you know. Maybe a 15-minute break. Gotta go get some lunch or something. I'll be back to you guys 5 minutes.
Just a heads up, we do have a live stream from AP News with the US State Department press briefing. There isn't a time of when it's supposed to start, but the video is out on the feed for you to watch it.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, Trump is due to be signing executive orders per his roll call.
Just a reminder, in about 5 minutes' time, expected to hear from Trump in closed press, signing executive orders. There's still no video that we can find of Trump and his closed press.
On the grants that you just said. Nine.
Well, we'll get those details.
more-
What we do know is that the secretary himself felt passionate.
This is a U.S. State Department press briefing.
And that what I stated to you about his commentary was from his account, the secretary's tweet at 12:35 p.m. this afternoon. And I'll read it again because there's a couple more details here in the tweet. Under my direction, the State Department has canceled another 139 grants worth $214 million. The American taxpayers should not be funding misguided programs like building the migrant domestic worker-led movement in Lebanon or get the trolls out in the United Kingdom. We are cleaning up the mess the previous administration left and rebuilding an agency that's focused on putting America first. So those are two examples that the Secretary shared. There are, because I'm a mathematician, 137 more. And I'm sure at some point we will, I believe that, I'll tell you what, let's see if we can find the full list. And we'll move ahead accordingly.
So, and that just segs into the broader budget question. You saw the reports yesterday and the day before about the OMB plans for a drastic reduction in the State Department, or the Function 150 budget, which includes state and USAID. What can you tell us about that? Those?
I can tell you that throughout the history of the United States, everyone has a budget plan. And everyone has ideas for budgets. And every president has a budget plan and sends it to Congress. And then Congress either accepts it or they have their own ideas, which happens more often than not. I can tell you that whatever you've seen in public was not released from this entity.
Still expecting Trump to sign executive orders again. No live video has been found. Keep looking for it.
There is no final plan, final budget, final dynamic. That is up to the White House and the President of the United States as they continue to work on their budget plan and what they will submit to Congress. So I would suggest that you check with the White House. But the kinds of numbers and what we tend to see is reporting that is early or wrong or based on leaked documents from somewhere unknown, and then everyone writes stories about those things. And earlier, when I was speaking with our bullpen here, whom I love most of the time, it would be wise to be cautious before acting on every single element you see leading up to something as important as this budget coming in from President Trump. So we'll wait and see. Of course, again, these are not known or finalized or planned. Only President Trump has that information. And
I'm
we're
like trying to eat here while this lady's talking, and she's all over the place.
There was some criticism from Democratic lawmakers about contributions to international organizations dropping by 89% from 1.4 billion last year to 169 million, including, quote, eliminating funding for the UN and NATO. Is that something that the department is considering, eliminating funding from those agencies?
You know, that's from a story that is looking at a memo that was leaked or not from a plan that is a suggestion. What I can tell you, though, is it really makes me concerned when I see the word eliminate. I traveled
Dick's still turning up.
for that summit with the secretary. Every meeting.
NYMEX diesel May futures settle at around $2.07 a gallon.
Diesel week.
Gasoline May futures settle at around $2.02 a gallon.
With several messages, but the single
HYG strong.
everyone there cared about was the fact
U.S.
that
State
the
Department,
Secretary of
in
State of the
response to
United
memo
States
of
reiterated
proposed
our complete
State
commitment to
Department
NATO,
cuts, says there is
as
no
has the
final
President
budget
of the
yet.
United States. Now,
Also,
what we
NYMEX natural
want
gas
in
May
our
futures
commitment
settle at
means
around
that we want to make sure
$3.32.
and help to make sure that the nations in
NYMEX
NATO
WTI crude
can
May futures
actually
settle
deliver
at
on the mission of
$61.33
NATO,
a
which
barrel,
is to be a
down
deterrent.
20 cents or
It is not to
0.33%.
help with wars or to help fight them or to fund them or to make it a little bit better as the wars are going on. NATO was meant to be a collection of entities that
Do
would
you want to stay
stop
up to
the
date
bad
with the
actors
latest
from
and be
doing
on
the
the
bad
bleeding
thing,
edge of
because it
news
would be
for
very,
non-farm
very
payrolls?
bad for them if they
Then sign
did
up
it.
today and get our
And at
special
this
offer
point,
of Financial
clearly,
Use Pro
we've got
for a
nations
year's
that
worth
have
of our
got
service
to,
for the price
ramp
of
up,
1 month.
share the
and
burden,
save
increase their
92%.
defense spending, not because we're meanies, but because we are committed to NATO. And NATO has to be the thing that it has been purported to be and expected to be at the beginning and wants to be. I have to tell you that there is recognition of this fact. At NATO, the number of countries increasing their budget commitment to defense, the recognition that it was an important thing, without exception. And that's where, when we think about a story about eliminating funding to NATO, couldn't be further from the truth. This is about making NATO stronger, making NATO, well, dare I say, great again. But that's where it becomes like fear-mongering and understandably upsets people. But as I've said with the other review we've had with the foreign aid, some things will change, but it doesn't mean that we've changed our commitment to something, but it may look different. That if, in fact, other nations are coming together and raising their commitment and their contribution, perhaps the American contribution then does come down, and yet NATO is stronger. So that is, I think, part of what every family does, is looking out for each other, being honest, and providing solutions to that problem. So that story comes from the same speculation that has come from other documents that are moving about, when nothing could be further from the truth, and certainly commenting on numbers they might have is not helpful. There will be plenty to discuss when President Trump releases and sends to Congress his budget bill. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I've got one on Syria and one on Yemen. Has the department made any decision, or is it reviewing potentially granting visas to any Syrian ministers for next week's World Bank and IMF meetings?
Let's take that back. I don't have information on that. It's a good question, of course, with the meeting coming up, but I'll have that to you. And was it Yemen?
Yes. We've obviously, the U.S. has been engaged in a military campaign over there for the past several weeks. Is the State Department leading any diplomatic path to get to whatever end result it is that the U.S. wants? We've seen reports that the U.S. is now looking at potentially supporting a ground invasion in Yemen, or supporting factions inside of Yemen to push ahead with the momentum after the military campaign.
Well, I won't speak on any negotiations that may or may not be happening or diplomatic considerations. I think many people have seen the reports regarding actions that may or may not be happening on the ground in Yemen as the Houthis' ability to resist is degraded. That's not something I can remark on. Of course, though, when we think about the nexus of the nature of what's happening in the Middle East, the United States has made its point clear, as the Secretary and through the President, through the ceasefire work, and the nonstop efforts regarding the issues in Israel and on the Gaza Strip, and certainly now in the remarkable fact that Iran is at the table regarding their condition, which has also been affected, of course, by the degrading of Hezbollah, certainly the disaster that Hamas has brought that region, including Iran. So when we think about the ceasefire and making people's lives better, it certainly affects the entire region. And I think that's what we can all count on. Yes, ma'am.
Tammy, thank you. You started out with some of your remarks saying that Iran must stop and dismantle its nuclear program.
Well, let me say that was Ambassador Witkoff.
Yeah, echoing what Ambassador Witkoff tweeted earlier today. But just trying to get some clarity on what the administration sees as a potential end goal here with these negotiations with Iran, because last week, heading into the talks in Oman, Witkoff made some remarks to the Wall Street Journal in which he said that the red line would be the weaponization of Iran's nuclear capability, presumably leaving the door open to Iran maintaining a civilian nuclear program. So is the administration open to an end state where Iran does still have a civilian nuclear program, but they are no longer able to speedily get a nuclear weapon?
Well, first of all, for a comprehensive response, and we heard from Caroline earlier, the White House has that kind of response. What I can say, nevertheless, is that the Secretary has been clear, as has the President, as has been the Ambassador, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon or an enrichment program. What we hear, and I said this again to our friends earlier in the day, as I do, some of you listening from home, I kind of spend about a half hour with our bullpen during the day, and we have some talks and find out what's on their mind. But what I mentioned, because there's always a reaction to a single tweet or a remark that's in a newspaper. And as we are clearly moving to a secondary meeting, which I still won't call a negotiation, but that could change, is that these are people who are the best in the world. Ambassador Witkoff clearly is one of the best people in the world for negotiating and for dealing with bad actors and getting peace and ceasefires. But when things are being said in the moment, in public, it is, you must consider that these are not, that's not part of how they negotiate in the sense of whatever they're talking about together. And that one should always wait and see that no one's negotiating in public. No one is, I don't know who that message would be for or the nature of what's said and how and what format. I would say what matters is an end result, our parties agreeing, papers being signed. It is not what people say, but the actions they take. We have shown that as a nation when the actions that we take and the nature of what we commit to, you can combine the two of what we say and what we do. But I would say that there's one goal here, and that is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and certainly or the enrichment program, and that is, I think, a pretty easy thing to start with, and that is the one thing that we know that they're working on, and I think we'll have some success considering who we're addressing.
So just
yes, sir.
Follow up on Iran. You mentioned Ambassador Witkoff's tweet today. Last night in an interview with Fox News, he was talking about keeping Iran's enrichment levels below 3.67%, which is like on par with JCPOA. Today he talked about eliminating Iran's enrichment. So what's the reason of this difference here?
Well, if you can contact the White House, but what I just noted to you is that these are comments that are made, it could be made, by anyone in the moment of something that's happening. I would point to his comment today on Twitter, but I also, Ambassador Witkoff speaks for himself quite well, and he is a very transparent man. What's going to matter is what is accomplished, what the end result will be, as opposed to parsing one statement or a sentence line there and another one over here. I know we all want answers because, well, humanity has an interest in the end result of this. But I would just caution you in that regard, and to wait. And again, the thing that matters is what is accomplished, what the last point is. And if anyone can do that, it would be President Trump and his vision along with Ambassador Witkoff, who's done a great job in this regard. Yes.
Tammy, thanks so much. A couple questions on the Palestinian Authority. The Times of Israel reported a few days ago that Mahmoud Abbas had sent a letter to Secretary Rubio trying to open up the door to get certified that the pay-for-slay program has been ended by the Palestinian Authority. I know you're not going to comment on that correspondence, but in a broader perspective, the State Department is not exactly doling out foreign aid with any enthusiasm at the moment, and the purpose of ending pay-for-slay would be to restart foreign aid to the Palestinian
So just a reminder for later on at 3:30 p.m. Trump participates in a Commander-in-Chief trophy presentation to the Navy midshipmen at the U.S. Naval Academy at East Room, a pre-credentialated media.
Right now between the U.S. and the Palestinian Authority. You know, Mahmoud Abbas boycotted during the first Trump term, and we've seen American officials go to Jerusalem a number of times.
So it's an update there. That'll be at 3:40 p.m. Eastern Time now.
All right.
Bird's eye view.
Still no video of Trump before 2:30.
I'll have that video for you guys here in a minute.
That,
I'm going to take my thing off here.
if there are any negotiations or diplomatic considerations.
Give me one quick second. I got to write this thing out. Hold on.
Issue with immediately is that we don't have any glee or excitement over handing out foreign aid. Our commitment to foreign aid hasn't changed. It is in our nature as Americans. It's what we do. I would argue the starting of this country was an aid package for the future. My goodness. And it is certainly is also, foreign aid is not a carrot or a stick in negotiations. If it's needed, it's needed. If it isn't, it isn't. We don't use it in that fashion. So it's, yeah, I like you very much, and I think you're a nice guy. But it's always disheartening. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. Only to Matt, I want to be mean. It's disheartening because, but it reminds me, and I'm glad that I'm here, to repeat, for people to not be left with that impression, that it's not like, oh, we got to give foreign aid. You know, it would be great if nobody needed foreign aid. But we know that we are a country with incredible resources. We know that. And we have incredible responsibilities. And we do not shy away from them. It's part of why we do what we do. We want to be a part of the world. We know we can help, and we do. So it's not ever a part of that we just don't want to do something, and so we're not. It's can we? And can it be done properly? Is it aligned with what's great for the United States? And mostly also, certainly it is not used as a weapon. And I just want to say that as strongly as I possibly can. And as far as the nature of what's happening, we are asked often by many of you in different ways, is that there is a constant, regular commitment to Gaza, to the Gazan people, certainly to one of our strongest, if not most stalwart ally, Israel, who have, by the way, a new ambassador from the United States, Ambassador Mike Huckabee. So we're very excited about the future. We are working constantly to have a ceasefire and to change the trajectory on the ground. That has not stopped. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy.
No, please.
Meanwhile, in Bangladesh, there are so many reports, like the New York Times also before 2 weeks reported the alarming rise of Islamist terrorists, Islamist extremism in Bangladesh under the Yunus-backed regime, including protesters openly displaying Osama bin Laden's images, even Nazi symbols like picture like this from Dhaka,
yes,
and targeting American brands like KFC, Coca-Cola with anti-Semitic rhetoric allegedly incited by figures like advisors of interim government of Bangladesh.
Sir, I've heard you, and I know and I appreciate your passion, and Bangladesh is a country with certain issues. They are also a country that we've talked about often, certainly with the questions from the crew here. So for a specific dynamic, I'm going to have us take that away. What I do have is something I want to mention regarding Bangladesh, which is that there's been an arrest of a UK MP, Tulip Sadiq. This from the Bangladeshi courts have issued that arrest. It is, of course, things, all of this, and what you're discussing, even protests, et cetera, are a matter for the Bangladesh authorities to handle. And, of course, talking with
Brent
them
crude futures settle at
matters a great deal,
$64
as
and
well.
67 cents a
Ultimately, the
barrel,
future of
down
Bangladesh
21
is gonna be
cents
decided by the
or
Bangladeshi
0.32%.
people. They're facing what you've been describing for some, and in others that, of course, we've seen the reports as well. And, you know, elections matter. We know, I don't want it to sound trite here, but it's true. Democracy
Protect your
matters,
trades from macro
and
headline
actions by
risk with
people
Financial Juice
matter
Pro.
to
Now
confront
only
issues
$99
that
a
might,
year
in fact,
for
as
our
we've seen
real-time
over the
service.
last 20, 25 years, destroy their lives. It's pretty clear what the choices are for many nations on this planet. So thank you, sir. Yes, sir, with the beard.
Thanks, Tammy. I want to ask about negotiations with Russia. Has there been any discussion of sanctions relief, and has the White House asked the State Department to draw up any list of sanctions that could be removed?
I won't speak to any discussion between the White House, certainly in the State Department, Secretary Rubio, and any other leader here. What I can say is a reminder that what was clear from the beginning, there would be no negotiations, no decisions, no arrangements until Palm Sunday. It's clearly a dynamic that where there have to be more questions about the nature of who's really committed to peace and a ceasefire. But there is no negotiations or arrangements and based on the regular statements from the administration and from
2:46 in the afternoon.
that until
Hold on a second. I gotta close this brief out.
that has not changed, and until that stops, there nothing.
I gotta turn her off. She's crazy. Like, I can't listen to her anymore. She likes saying bullpen and stuff like that. Okay, so let's take a look here. Let's give you an update for expectations here. Oh, shit. Hold on a second here. I got to put this in here. Hold on. I got to watch myself closely here. Okay. A quick second here. I do want to draw your attention to, where's Friday? I do want to draw your attention here to the gap up here on Friday. Where's Friday? Right here. Give me a quick second here. It's on the 9th, right? Not Friday. Last the 9th. Was that Wednesday? Yeah, I think that's Wednesday. I want to show you this right here. Get rid of this. Pivots. What I want to show you this is here. This was the high on last week on the 9th, April 9th. And what do we got here? Here is Monday at 9:30. Monday at 9:30. Somewhere in there, right there. I'm going to go to an hour here and just take a look together. What I want to show you here is, this is Monday at 9:30 in the morning. Not too much concern here. So I want to show you a couple quick things here. So you got the high here last Wednesday, right? Come back on Friday into the weekend. we come up on Monday. This auto sell looks right. Like you have the prior high here from last week. Selling this seems right. No new high. Wasn't expecting it. Just come back up in here, test this, right? Now, here's where the fly in the ointment is. The high from Monday. Just go in here and put this Monday close. Tuesday, 7 a.m. Friday. Where's Monday? Here's Monday right here. So this is Monday. We're on an hourly basis right now, but I guess we go to a day. We go a day here. That's kind of hard to show it. This actually shows it really well too. But the gist here is, let's go back to an hour really quick. Maybe we can make this bet easier to show. So you've got the high here on Wednesday, right? On Monday, the high at 9 a.m. was roughly right here. I'm going to delete some of this here in a minute, but so there's the high on Monday. See right there? Trade down into the close into Tuesday open. We sold this high this morning, this high this afternoon. Now we're holding the hourly trigger right now, but I want you to see this high here yesterday. In our expectations, the expectation is that, or the expectation's been since last week, we would trade. Let me see if I can, hold on, make this like a 4 or something so you can see it. Okay, good. So the expectation is, let me go back up here and show you all this too. Make this nice and easy for you. So the expectation is this is where the sellers are, right? Where the old man sellers are. The expectation here is that we trade up. We smash into this, fail it, right? But then you would get some kind of a high in here. Beating this one here, like a high here, right? And then a high up here, and then we sell down. You've got expectations from me. We trade this 500 down here. Here. And just stay with me here. So we have the original move where we didn't let everyone out, right? I want to show you this. Stay with me here. So the idea is we have this monster move. And when we did this pullback over here, sellers wanted to get all the way down here. They didn't. They only got the halfway mark, right? They got the half back trade. And we thought they might not even get that. They might only get this. Begin to make a way up here and then sell down. Give them the half back trade, then give them the full trade, right? Not full, but a tick higher. No, we're not up here today, are we? That's a lower high. And I don't like seeing that lower high. High, lower high. This is not good. You want to see a progression of highs, kind of like this. You want to see that move, one more up here, and then one more up here. Higher high, higher high, higher high, and then the jump point staying right here. We're holding this line right here, this support, this 4,100, or 5,400, excuse me, not 4,100, excuse me, 5,400. But we're not getting the highs. That's a problem. So, what does that mean here? It means that into the end of today, into this close, here's 1600. Into the end of the day, at minimum, we need to trade a new high, at least on the intraday. And I would prefer yesterday's high. So up here, at minimum, we need this today just to stay alive. And there'll be some traders that'll tell you, well, if we get a bad retail sales, we can sweep the low, or, pricing in the volatility of it, and you'll get your new high here tomorrow. But I don't think that's true. I can't say that that's true. What I would say to you is, I guess it could be true. You get like kick-ass, which retail sales should be great. But the idea here being that, or the argument from a bull being, well, we can swoop down here, price in the retail sales, unrealized volatility, close out the VIX, and then ramp-o-rama straight up here. It's possible. You know what I'm saying over here? Cancel us out down here, and then you get that move because we didn't get the highs in here. We missed this high right here. But I disagree with that. This is a possibility. But what I don't like is I don't like this close, or I don't like this level. And they'll say things to you like, Bud, don't chase the hole. And then we wake up and we're up here tomorrow for Wednesday. Just cranking. But I have to warn you here that I want you to look closely here. That we already anticipate this down move here. This down move right here is, we already know that's going to happen. And it's almost like they're trying to front run it, right? Front run it, and betting on bad retail sales to blast us down to the depths of hell here. There's some words of warning here. You only get the trade to, You only get the trade to 500 to go higher if we test above, because this implies we'll be back, right? You get the high, they sell up, we poke our heads up 562, and then we hold this 500. Sorry. So remember, I want you to remember, like when we're at extremes. So watch these extremes down here, right? When we're trying to attack these extremes, you want to hit this one so that you come back down, hit this one, and go back up again. If you're failing, if we're failing to get up there with new highs, it's telling you that was the high. So the look wouldn't be here. The look would be to a new low down here, and not 500. So there's a trap here, or there's an attempt here to not trade this. And I can see why that would be, because if you did trade and poke your head up, this 500 would hold, believe it or not. We'd be up and out of here. Low. Oops, sorry. And you start trading it just like this. Now you can kind of see it. Up here. Back down. Up and out of here. And we're escaping. But any kind of failure So any kind of failure on that trade up there, this is invalid, right? In my view, it would be. Oh, sorry, it's a little bit more over there. It's like right here. Let's see if I can show it to you. Then I'll just show it to you. Something like that right there. What you really want to be seeing here is like, you really want to be seeing like that push up right there. And you could start arguing that we're gonna bounce here, start attacking these sellers like more and more and more to get out and escape. Stay on that line right there, and now you're out, right? You got your sellers. You're now out of the sellers over here. It implies this is the low. What you don't want to see is weakness, where they're like, you know what? We're weak here, and we're going to start plunging down here. You need to show that strength. You need to show the oomph to escape later, in my view, at least. In my view. I don't think we escape here. We may escape here, but I don't think so. Even if we squeeze up, I'd rather see the move lower to just confirm it one more time. So we're out of here. Now, there's a trap in here today into this close. So I just need to make you aware of it, that I was writing a brief, like an intraday brief right here, but I'm not done with it. So there's an idea that you could escape this. You get a good retail sales, and we're off and running. But for some of that slop, some of that price slop to get up there. But I gotta warn you, I don't like that weakness. There's positioning here, or there's at least trying to front run this downside move and end all of this noise up here. And this shows something to you. It shows you that these sellers here mean business. These sellers are stronger than these sellers, and that these buyers down here are weaker. These buyers shouldn't be, if this is the bottom, these sellers should not be as weak or as strong as these buyers. Forget these sellers up here. These are the young Jim Bros. These are the old Jim Bros. So these guys, we should be able to beat these guys out and get up here. At least if this is bottom. So we are parked here into this close. So you got to pick your poison. What I would say to you is that be open to with this close, and this is failure of buyers. You can see this is fine, but this yesterday is not fine. This today is not fine. That's not fine. None of that's fine. Now there could be a hit and run trade in here. Like I'm gonna buy the volatility for retail sales. We crank afterwards to the upside. But this is key. This is key for this bottom being 500. It really is. In my view, at least, it can resolve itself in the morning to the upside. It can resolve itself down here, but this is not a good look. This is a bad look right here. And you're looking for these good, like nice clean new highs, showing that there's that people are buying here. People believe that we're going higher. That traders are turning a corner and saying, you know what, we might beat these sellers. Even if they fail them, they have the push, right, to go up there and take these sellers out. Down the road later on, come back up here and actually get out to the upside. So
This close here, I'm not liking it. Let's look at a 1 minute basis here. It's kind of a sloppy look for the moment, but I want to make you aware of it that, and I know futures don't matter, but and this is a bloodbath down here, right? 530, and I think you would take all of this out, this 530 at minimum, and then you've got this like doom down here, right? But they wrap up the weekend. We'll start heading down here into next week. So just pay attention to it. I don't know what we're going to do here into this close. It's only 3 o'clock right now. Just check something really quick. Yeah, we still have the market pinned here at 54.25. Let me just delete all this. Let's take a closer look at it together. I can't delete all of this because I gotta watch my position here. Because I've got a position long for Friday. Get rid of that really quick and all this kind of shit here. Let me go back in an hour and just delete all this shit. I'm just gonna delete it all. Hold on. I got to put my positioning back in here. I don't want to get fucked up. So, nope. This was today. Right here. Where's today? Can't see where we are today. There I am right there. So that's where I am right here. On an intraday basis, I really want to see, just to give you guys a quick end of day thing here, I really want to see a new high. Like I do. I don't think we're going to get it, but that's what I want to see. I want to see a stupid move up here into this close. Even if we sell down for retail sales volatility and then move higher. If you understand what I'm saying. If you don't, you don't. But that's what I want to see into this close today. That seems like a stretch, doesn't it? Let's look where we are right now. Seems like a stretch to be going up there, right? We don't have a lot of time left today, do we? It's 3:07 right now. 3:30 right there. I don't see us going up there. And I can see the idea here behind like pin us in, right? Low liquidity environment, send us down, close out. If we're selling futures too right now, and then we buy the vol tomorrow on retail sales. If it's good retail sales, you long it. If it's bad retail sales, you don't care. You already sold into it. You take your money and run regardless into this after hours. So that's what they're trying to set up at least. Let's take a look closer, though, on that 500 and why it matters. And what I want to show you here, which is when I said to you the 500, right? Let me move this. Let me just get rid of this for a minute so you can actually see it. Here's the low down here. And we're trading by this monthly down here too. And there's this big monthly trigger up here. And this one's telling you no. So I want to show you this really quick. This was the high last Wednesday. And they're really pushing here. And they're pounding down here. That's 529. That's that 530 that I was talking to you about, that 533. And I was like, yeah, maybe it's 529.
which gives us not the move to here, but the move to here. Way down here. That's 53.10 on SPX. So we're back to the chart here, right? And the scary part is you get underneath this, if we're gonna be this weak, this is where the low is. We would easily not only not hit 500, but we'd be looking for new lows at 473 and 490. If we're not strong here with the young Jim Bros, I would say 490 and even 473 are on tap. Very possible. Forget the 500 trade. Not quite there yet, but on a weekly basis, and this is what I don't want to see here. Like, see this week? We have last week's high on Wednesday. We have right now we're trading below last week. That's not good. That's negative. This yellow one right here is another weekly. And really all we want to do is get above 560.42. So you really want to like get above this week. We haven't done that yet. And we haven't done this one just to show the way to go higher. So we haven't done either of these. Neither. Not yesterday, not today. And they're pushing us again into this close. On a daily basis, this is where it gets fucking messy. And you can see it right here. This is where it really starts to show up. On this weakness today. I'm expecting like demand. We are wearing out sellers up here, which is good, but not fast enough. And look at this gap here. And this gap here on a daily basis, we're not hitting any of these highs up here. And we're pushing towards, see how we're failing here on a daily basis? We're failing that high. I'm okay with that as long as we pushed up here. We do have 2 more days left to get up there. On a weekly basis, we have 2 more days to get up here. Let's go back to the week. Look at the weekly. Now here's the weekly candle. And this is the zone we need to hit this week. Still have 2 more days to get it. But they're pushing. So, and we're not getting new highs on a daily basis. We got a new high here. This Friday's high. We got Monday's high. And then we're failing on Tuesday to get the high. So we'll say this here. Here's the monthly. This is the weekly here.
We're going to make this one yellow right here. And we're going to do daily here and cannot lose, which I think we still can. We'll call this depths of hell. We will go to depths of hell, maybe. Depths of hell. Go to a 4-hour basis. We can start to see what we're talking about here. This is a 4-hour basis to go higher. We need to go higher than this green bar right here, in my view, into the close today. And on a 4-hour basis, there's sellers here. Buyers are down here. We got this sweep here, but I don't like this at all either. I don't even like this on a 4-hour basis. I would say this to you. I'll put this one in here. I mean, you want to put some paint on. Here's your month, 528. Hold on here. I guess I shouldn't say depths of hell. Let's make that a D. This one right here is the killer, this monthly.
Finance Minister Cuerpo says, I had a useful and constructive meeting with U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent.
Sorry that I didn't capitalize that.
The latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Sent the message that he wants to make a deal on the EU on tariffs.
I want to show you this here too. This is the 1 hour. I want you to see this here. That's where I am. That's not anything. This is the intraday high here. Man, we need to like ramp this fucking bell, like super fucking ramp this bell. We need to like crank into this close here. My position stays the same. My thesis stays the same, that it's up. On an hourly basis here. It remains the same. So here's the prior high right here. This is 548. Right? There's that 548. So my position or my thesis remains the same. We'll hit this one right here. I mean, I think I'm just going to save this shit for like the last possible fucking moment. Let me just check this one more time over here. Let me go back to this. My thesis remains the same. Believe it or not, still up.
We haven't lost it yet. The negative that I would say, I got to give you an alternate trade here. Maybe even higher. Where is Thursday? Yeah, I'm still like, I still think it's this. I still think it's that. My thesis is still up here.
And Spanish Finance Minister Cuerpo says China needs to be a strategic partner for the EU.
Thesis is still up. Oh, did I fuck that up? I guess we go a little bit lower there. Am I wrong on that, maybe? Hold on here. Right up there. Thesis is still higher here.
And Spain's Finance Minister Cuerpo says didn't discuss specific products with US Treasury Secretary Besant.
Could even be more violent like that. Wham, down, then up. So be that bottom right there.
Also, US OMB Director Vaught, speaking on Fox News now, says we will see tariff revenue increase over time.
No. I do want to put a... Where's 1600? If you're trading futures, I could understand... If you're trading futures, I can understand this. So just so you can see. My preference is that we trade this today, then go down, then up. That's my preference. I don't like this low down here because I think this low opens a door to an early roll. So I just want you to be aware of this into the close. I want you to be aware of a few things. Futures are fake. Globex futures overnight is fake. If we trade this but hold it in cash market, we're good to go. Check mark. All good to go. There's any kind of doom. But if we get retail sales and it is bad, I don't think it's going to be bad. Everything I looked at said it would be good. So this is my alternate right here. The way is higher. What I do want to warn you of, though, is if we cannot get up here and trade this...
Mr. Cuerpo says the EU needs to have relations with all major world powers.
So just looking at this quickly... If we get like the bad retail sales, we start shitting the bed over here. This will be the alternate trade. I don't think that we hold 500. I don't think that we trade. I would assume a blast down here. Or back up over there. But if we fail this, if this is the alternate trade here, if we fail this, we get underneath this, right? Not only are we going to go downtown, not only blast through 500, we'll probably blast through like this.
Mr. Cuerpo says Spain is going to meet the 2% defense spending target.
And start heading down right here early. I want you to see that. Just want you to see like bad retail sales, right? Uh-oh. You know, down, down, down into that like 490, 473. Easy targets to the downside. Easy targets to the downside. But we're not there, so this is just an alternate count. I'm not trading that, but I still want you to be aware of the setup that's going on in here to make it early. Get a bad retail sales, get a bunch of bad news from Jerome, get bad news from Trump headline risk, all that kind of stuff. How do you trade? I'm long calls here, so I don't know if it's something where I buy some puts maybe. $500 maybe for Friday. Some cheap puts. I don't know what they cost right now. Let me look at it. Maybe I straddle this shit here. So 500 P's are, what are they? They're 15 cents. So I think that's an easy trade. They're 15 cents to trade 500, and I think that's easy. Weekly trigger is 502. 502 P's are 17 cents. So there's like no one thinks we're going down here. So like a 17-cent offset to this downside move here. 507 for Friday or 17 cents right now. So just if you're long with me into this trade here, just a word of warning into this close that we should go up here, this trade that I'm on. If you wanted to hedge yourself for Friday doom, I would not expect those puts to print in the morning. We'd probably come back up, and then we would start our way to the downside. And they're dirt cheap. They cost nothing, that downside move. So here's expectations. Expectations still to the upside on a good retail sales. We can be weak into the overnight. This would be, and they'll sell that volatility regardless of outcome. So there's a good trade in here for weak futures. But if you get a good retail sales, we could be by open tomorrow is way up there by like 9:30 in the morning. So this is irrelevant to you. But if we get a bad retail sales, anything like that, there's a big possibility of trading to the depths of hell early. Now, I'm not on that trade, so this last leg, I want to see this last leg in here. At minimum, I want to see this part of it. I would really like to see this for later on to come higher. Just to show that we're grinding out these sellers, getting people all bulled up, and then we'll sell this down together. But I can see that they want this to happen sooner than later. They want out before the weekend. So they're going to try to send us down there to get them out. If you wanted the reasonable place to look for that, it's 497, 502. This is where they want out right here. Bears don't care about anything but this right here. That's all they care about. They want the return of this trade. They want all of it. And I think they're going to get it. I just don't know when. I thought it was later in time, like Friday. Here's Friday right here, or Thursday, excuse me. I figured they'd get this in the close on Thursday and be allowed out of the market. Like before the close, they let these guys out from last week.
Just over 10 minutes time now.
Off and running.
20 p.m. Eastern time. Trump is due to be at a...
They want this early. They want out now. They're trapping it here to do it. So I just want you to be aware of it. If you want to like hedge yourself on this not happening, if you are long this trade still, if you are looking for a hedge, Thursday, Friday, 500 P's they're a song. They're 15 cents. If you get this trade, if we
we print this, we're gonna make bank. So
just as a
it
reminder,
ain't gonna matter.
due to be signing executive orders at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time today. That was just under an hour ago now. So obviously that hasn't happened just yet. So we are expecting some slight delays to his schedule.
Sorry about that.
And the fact that he hasn't done his earlier appointment. So just keep that in mind with this.
Hold on here, guys. Sorry.
It could be delayed.
So we'll go back here to a 1 minute basis here. I'll show you guys where I'm long. Hopefully we can get some of these fucking bears. I'm still in here. It shows where I'm long here. So this is where I am right here, wherever this green box is. If you are going to short this down in the overnight, make sure you're in futures doing it. Do not do it with cash market. If you get a good, you sell before we get to retail sales, regardless of outcome. Doesn't matter if it's bad or not. You just close and run. Normally, I would say retail sales too. There's a few more points I got to make. Some color here. Normally, I give retail sales 2 bears. Bears typically use retail sales as a great bear trade. In this case, I do not do 2 auto sales. I do not give this to the bears. And they had a good chance at it in January, March, which was reported, I think, in February or March. But I don't think in this case they're going to get it. I think you're going to see a good retail sales print. Now, getting all of this out of the way for you, we also have other stuff to look at. We have, so on Wednesday, we've got retail sales at 8:30 in the morning. And then we get Jerome Powell at 1:30 in the afternoon at the Economic Club of Chicago, I believe. It may be a different economic club, but I think it's the Economic Club of Chicago. He's speaking at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. And you're getting a bunch of other like speakers and a 20-year bond auction tomorrow. You get a 20-year bond auction at 1 p.m. Fed Chair Powell at 1:30 p.m. And I'm assuming if you're a seller or a bear, you're thinking bad retail sales, Jerome Powell volatility, 20-year bond volatility, drive us all the way down into both of those events, or all 3 of those events. If you get a bad retail sales, you can probably drive the market down into like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You know that Jerome is going to be trying to calm markets, so that would be the end of that vol, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. And then on Thursday, we get building permits and housing starts, which have been horrible. Now, rates have been coming down and up and down and up. And I want to talk to you about housing starts and building permits, and not only housing starts and building permits, but we get claims on Thursday as well. We get Philly Fed Manufacturing Index, but just housing in general. I want to give you some idea here. I was on the news reading them saying because rates had spiked that housing sales should go down. That's not true. That is not true. When rates go up, housing prices come down. I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but people drop the price of their homes to accommodate rates, believe it or not. What you really need to see, though, is when you see like rates going up, it's not necessarily an indicator of bad housing numbers in general, although housing numbers have been horrible. They have been horrible, believe it or not, or shouldn't say believe it or not. They have been horrible, but don't necessarily assign like, oh, rates were up, spiked, we're going to have even less home sales, doom and gloom due to that. That's not true. You want to see rates going up, prices going down, and nobody buying those homes. You need that third part. So when you get data from people, they only give you 1 or 2 parts of it, but not the whole picture on housing. Now, this is building starts and things like that. Those numbers are already priced in to be pretty low as it is. The forecast is minus 5.3%, so that would likely be in line. And that's on Thursday. and that's the last day of the week for us. So I don't know if I rely upon, I don't know, housing, building permits and housing starts as more negative news on the market. There's like an expectation that there should be less already as we head into into Thursday's close. One last note here is that we also have OPEX, we have Vixpiration, and then we also have some other earnings popping up. We have, let me just read these off to you really quick. After the close today, we get United. Let me just make sure it's right. We get United Airlines. We get IBKR, JB Hunt, and those are the ones that I'd be watching closely, or not so much I'd watch Interactive Brokers maybe, but in reality, you want to be watching United Airlines and JB Hunt's guidance today, and that is of course due to shipping and trucking. And then air travel. Are people still traveling or not? There's a let me close this out really quick. There's I don't know if call it a grift, but there's an AstroTurf right now saying that people are no longer traveling from Canada, from Australia, from Europe to the United States. So you want to be listening closely to what United Airlines is saying about travelers. Are they slowing, or are they speeding up? Are they the same? Are they expecting maybe a drop in travel, but they haven't seen it yet? And then JB Hunt for goods being transported across the United States. You want to pay attention close to the guidances today on both of those companies. On Wednesday morning, we get more banks. We get Bank Corp. We get Progressive Insurance, Travelers Insurance. We get Citizens Bank. These are more like regional type banks. Then after the close tomorrow, we get CSX. And you want to be paying close attention to CSX as well because they are more transpo. Now, we kick off Thursday in the morning, TSMC. And that would be the kickoff to tech earnings, TSMC and Netflix. You will get updated expectations on Netflix for everyone in the Discord for their earnings on Friday. And I will also do TSMC for you tonight. So you'll get TSMC expectations, NFLX expectations. And I want to warn you one last thing here. Or not warning, but you know how you're always thinking about the news? And this is where like the fireside chat comes in. You like when you're thinking about price or direction of market, it's not only like, are we doing this or not doing that, or are we getting new highs? Are we push into the highs? I want you to think about if we trade 562 before Netflix earnings, you know, what does that imply? Our Netflix earnings going to be sell the news. If we're in the bottom, if we blast down tomorrow and the next day, and we're blooding and Netflix is blooding, would you long Netflix into Friday? And there are implications here. If we were to trade 562 right now into the weekend, so I keep saying Friday, but let's say Thursday with Netflix, what is the implication if Netflix doesn't give a good earnings? Is that the trigger for us to blast down to 500 or lower? Is it the trigger that pushes us up and above 562 and gives hope to bulls that they're going to have a great ER season? When we start with Netflix, they set the tone. They set the tone for big tech earnings. And it's weird. If we get a good Netflix earnings, we'll squeeze up normally and then blast back down for the next set. But if we have a bad Netflix earnings, we usually blood the fuck out of the market. And it's like bloody right into the next week's earnings that are coming out. It's kind of like a bond auction or a bill auction. It's a bear's trade. They get the down move regardless most of the time, don't they? Last week was different, but in general, it's a trade for bears, and they'll take that money regardless of outcome
on a good or bad auction. We ever notice we trade sideways, start fading, and then it's bloodbath if it's bad, and if it's good, it's okay. We get a little squeeze, but it doesn't send us up 30, 40, 50 points or anything like that. Typically, in general, right? 7, 9 out of 10 times. In either outcome, we don't get big squeezes.
Fuel imports at the Texas border as inspections ramp up, according to sources.
So I want you to think about where is price when Netflix reports on Thursday after the close. I want you to think closely about that. Are we in the depths of hell, or are we at a top? Are we like at 562? What are you going to expect to happen there? Take the money and run normally, right? Or squeeze up and then take the money and run for a back test, depending upon your thesis here as to what we're doing. Where we are headed. Now, I do want to leave you with one last thing in this close today, and that is this. I want you to think closely here on what your thesis is in the market. Is your thesis that we're going to see 4,300 sooner than later? Is your thesis we're going to see 4,300 just not soon? Is your thesis that we're going to trade higher? Is your thesis, hey, we got seasonal strength coming in, we should have a great earnings season? They've been front running all of this greedflation and tariffs and blah 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 blah, right? And I want you to think about that thesis, and I got to tell you why here. Right now, we are tracking to trade 6,000. That's what we're tracking right now. The market is positioned to trade 6,000. Not kidding, like right around there. 590, 6,000, something like that. I want you to think about where price is right now, and a failure to get up and trade 555, 560, 562, that could take that thesis and go.
Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real.
Douse it with gasoline, light it on fire. So this is considered an inflection point in the market. And I think that McElligott spoke on that this morning. McElligott was like, I don't think we have what we need to get where we're supposed to be going. He already knows, I assure you, that he already knows that the trade is right now to 6,000. I assure you of that. And he brought up caution in that thesis. I don't know if we can actually get up there where we think we're going to go. And his point stands. If we don't get up there and trade that 562, we don't trade that 560, 555, whatever it is, he may be right. And if he's right, we're going to find out soon. We ain't going to find out in like 2-3 weeks. We're going to find out like today, tomorrow, Thursday. We're going to know. We're going to get those reports, and the market will go fucking risk off, and it'll get messy. To that downside. You'll see panic. Can't be going into like tech earnings, having Netflix like, oh yeah, we didn't do anything. We fucked up. We suck. We're about to lose a bunch of customers, and we're not charging more money, and we didn't make bank. The market will go risk off on that kind of information. They'll get real panicky. So you want to be paying very close attention to what your thesis is as a trader. You need to like say, hey, I think 4,300 is sooner, or I think 4,300 is later, and trade accordingly with that thesis in mind. And especially if it goes against you. If your thesis is, hey, we're going to trade 4,300 sooner, right? And you start to see us trade 62, then we backtest and hold 500, your thesis might be wrong, right? We're all on board to trade down there, but you need to pay attention to that. If your thesis is, hey, you know what, Cap? Maybe you're right. We're going to trade up to 6,000. We trade the 62, hold the 500. You're like, fuck it. Now we're going to 6,000. It's the middle of summer. We can take that trade together. But if we fail this, we start failing 500, and you're a bull, you need to be like, oh, no, we can see that 4,300 sooner than later and be able to switch your opinion or your thesis as to where we're trading. You have to be able to do that. Don't be tied to anything like this has to happen, that has to happen. It has to be tied towards this should happen. And if it doesn't, what is the other trade?
I need you to be full on that in this market, especially with high volatility. Volatility today on VIX still not falling. I want to show how it's falling now. It's starting to blood a little bit. We're killing vol a little bit here. We're now trading 29, but I want to see that volatility get reset. I want to see volatility go down. Even if we're bearish, I want to see that volatility at 20. Even if we fail 62 or 55, I want to see that volatility get murdered so we can run volatility up again, either on the trade to 500 or even lower. Trading 49 on fucking VIX 9 day and saying we're going to 4,300, you're out of your fucking skull. That ain't happening. It ain't happening.
Any moment now.
So you got to reset that volatility.
He presents the Commander-in-Chief trophy. The live video from AP News has started. Yet no one is at the podium yet. We'll keep you posted when he does appear here.
So anyways, that's all I've got for you today on the expectations end of day. If you want to know what I think we trade 562. Now, that sweep lower into the end of the night or overnight for the volatility tomorrow morning, nothing I can do about that. I would not be buying puts on that, though. If you're going to buy puts on Friday for like 17 cents. If we get bad retail sales, bad Trump, bad J-Pow, bad housing starts, what else was going on tomorrow? Bad 20-year bond auction, that kind of stuff. Try to wrap it all up to go to the downside. I can see that trade. Take the OTM put as the hedge. Yeah, that's it. No 0-8 puts into tomorrow morning. I think that's too sketchy. I'd want them deeper and longer out in time. It's like Friday or Thursday, excuse me. Maybe even, yeah, you don't want to do the 4-day theta burn over the weekend. I think that's where it's at. No luck for the Bulls, though. I got to give it to Bears here. Bulls, man, not showing what they should be showing here, without a doubt. Buyers, weak yesterday, weak today. We'll expect weakness in the overnight due to it. Risk-off behavior and hedging behavior into the close today. Don't do puts. Not into the close. Well, you could do them here, but don't do puts into tomorrow morning. I think retail sales is good this time, even though it is normally a bear trade. Or at least in cash market. I don't mean futures. Sorry, I want to get, you guys are like, pin me into shit. He said it's not weak. I'm like, yeah, it could be weak in the fucking futures, but not cash market. Not this time. I think retail sales are going to moon. And you're going to be shocked at that. What else I got for you? I think that's it. I don't think I have much else here. Failure launched by Bulls would be the story of the day. Story of yesterday, story of today. Still holding on, though, trading 33.92 right now. Bulls still theoretically still holding 5,400. Sellers want to trade us to, ready? 53.10. That is their target for tomorrow, 53.10. Buy close, 53.10 buy close, and bloodbathing afterwards. Uh, 53.10 too is the low on SPY at Friday at 1:30 in the afternoon. We got Trump here. Let me see if I can push him on. Oh, we're still waiting. No Trump yet. Uh-oh, we got music.
Now until we get the market on close imbalance.
Thought I was getting a vacation this weekend upcoming, but I guess I got a bunch of medical appointments. My weekend is fucked.
10 seconds. So looking now to the market on close imbalance, S&P 500 buy side 2.1 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.1 billion, Dow 30 buy side 714 million, Mag 7 buy side 520 million.
Sorry for the music. This is a Trump thing. I'll mute it here in case he comes out. I'll put him on. I haven't bought any puts here. Still on just calls. SPY regaining 5,400 again for SPX. Now trading 54.01. I haven't lost much money here. I thought I'd be down a bunch, but I'm not. I'm almost back to flat, believe it or not. I haven't lost any fucking theta on this trade. Oh, here's where they're fucking me here. They got me for 10 cents or so, I think. More right now. 17, 18 cents. They did get me for a little bit of theta here, but not much. Some of you motherfuckers are still long. I can tell there's still risk on here. My shit should be on fire and it's not. All I want to do is make like 20 grand, 40 grand, something like that. Let me see if I gotta check this really quick. Make sure I got this right. Yeah, I'm still good. Sorry for the music. I apologize. Everybody out there is bearish, huh?
Swiss franc drops 1% to session low of 0.8231 per dollar.
Remember the oversized risk here this evening with futures to the downside.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service.
Testing the lows again in the close here.
And save 92%.
They just fucking take stops, baby. All right, there's 4 p.m. Be careful of the overnight downside risk here. If you don't have a hedge, we would have reviewed it today between 3 and 4 p.m. It'll be inside your brief for this evening. I'll check 9 p.m. Asia open and see if we're like risk off between Asia